posted online after the conference to watch whenever you want, however many times you want to. So as we enter another day of dynamic and insightful sessions, I want to offer a land acknowledgement on behalf of the conference planning team. We collectively acknowledge that we gather on lands of the Anishinaabe, the Council of the Three Fires, Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi peoples. We recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereignty of the Indigenous nations of the Great Lakes, for Indigenous individuals and communities who live here now, and for those who were forcibly removed from their homelands. In a few minutes, we'll hear from a panel discussion about Manoomin, which is also known as wild rice, which is the Indigenous, spiritual, and cultural life source. This discussion features Roger LaBine, Nat Spurr, Courtney Collia, Jannan Cornstalk, and Barb Barton, who are experts in a whole bunch of things, including historical distribution, ecology, restoration, protection, cultural and spiritual connection with Manoomin, and who will share their views on the significance of this traditional food source and keystone species. As you watch, we encourage you to put comments and questions into the comment box that's located right below this video for the panelists to respond to during the Q&A that will follow the panel. And then next up, the second panel discussion today is titled Land Back, Land Access, Rights to Stewardship. And that'll be a conversation with Nabish Kenwabakizi, Jerry Jandrew, Katie Brissett, and Rhea True. They'll be talking about sustainable Indigenous ways of land and water usage that will be employed in the occurrence of land transfer, as well as the need for land management, sustainable agriculture, and a bridge between Indigenous land rights and rights of Black and Brown communities around land access. And again, the session will be followed by a Q&A, so be sure to put your questions in the comment box. Each of the panelists today will introduce themselves in more detail during their sessions, but if you're watching this live, you can also find links to read more about them on a drop-down on this website and on this page. We are so honored to share the space with this incredible group of people and want to express our appreciation to them for sharing their wisdom and knowledge with everyone who's joining us for this year's Michigan Family Farms Conference. I also want to take a moment to thank our sponsors who help make the conference possible and who support our mission of removing barriers and increasing accessibility to this knowledge we're sharing here, these networks we're building, and resources to support farmers. This year's sponsors include Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education, Michigan Public Health Institute, Greenstone Farm Credit Service, MSU College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, MSU Center for Regenerative Agriculture, Michigan Farmers Market Association, Michigan Organic Food and Farm Alliance, and Taste the Local Difference. Support for the conference also comes from the USDA 2501 program. And you can read more about all the sponsors and vendors in the catalog that's located at the bottom of this webpage. So lastly, before today's sessions begin, I want to give a big shout out to Dewan Jordan from Alpine Media, who has been with the planning team every single step of the way, who made it possible for this conference to be hosted virtually. His work typically covers both production and live streaming, so he's responsible for the beautiful storytelling videos you've been seeing, as well as the entire live stream. So we really couldn't have done this without him, and we wanted to share a brief reel from Alpine Media so you can get a sense of the scope of the amazing work that he does. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to Jam, Just Add Music. The Great Lakes Chamber Orchestra has got some fun and educational things for you to see and hear right here.
Can take its place throughout my memory. The world is celebrated with friends and
this your way? Lafayette is there waiting at Chesapeake Bay. How did we know that this plan would work? We had a spy on the inside, that's right. Hercules Mulligan. A Taylor spying on the British government. I take the measurements information and then I smuggle it to my brother's revolutionary covenant. I'm running with the sons of liberty and I am loving it.
Ani Bonjour. Welcome to the Manoomin panel. We are here today to share some of the wisdom and knowledge related to this sacred plant Manoomin that is related to the lifeways and has been for centuries. And it was part of our migration story here to the land base here in Michigan. First and foremost, I wanted to make a land acknowledgement before we actually begin. And I will be introducing each one of our panelists that are gonna share their wisdom and knowledge about this sacred plant. So this is the land acknowledgement I'd like to read for you. Yeah, first and foremost, I would like to thank the Michigan Family Farms Conference, who is hosted by the Michigan Food and Farming System, and was kind enough to ask us to come and share this wisdom and knowledge about this sacred plant. So I wanted to make that acknowledgement. And this is the land acknowledgement. The state of Michigan occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabe, Three Fires Confederacy, the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi. The Michigan Family Farm System recognizes historic indigenous communities in Michigan and those forcibly removed from their homelands. We further recognize the ongoing relationship of dependence upon and respect for all living beings of earth, sky, and water. Offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm indigenous sovereignty, history, and experiences. Chimigwech for listening to that. I am going to, because we are talking about this sacred food, I will introduce myself as I would to my community. Ani Buju, Jannan, Cornstalk, Nadishnikaz, Wakanak Singh, Odawa, Cass Corridor, and Dojaba, Michigay, and Dodum. And what I said in my language is, my name is Jannan Cornstalk. I am from the Wakanaksing Odawa here in Emmett County. And I am a Turtle Clan. And my spirit name is Sin Michike Clay, which is Stone Turtle Woman. And where my voice first sounded was in Cass Corridor in Detroit, Michigan. So I wanted to introduce our panelists, and we have Roger LaBine. So if you want to wave to us, Roger. There's Roger. Roger is from the Lac Vieux Desert tribal community in the upper, he's a band of the Lake Superior Chippewa. Roger is currently employed in the environmental department as a water resource technician. His responsibilities include monitoring the water quality of the surface waters in tribal territory and involved in Manoomin restoration and monitoring program. Roger is also a tribal delegate on the Michigan Wild Rice Initiative and co-chairs the Education and Outreach Subcommittee. Roger co-chairs the Michigan Wild Rice Coalition. He is a consultant advisor on several Manoomin research projects, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, University of Minnesota, and Manoomin Restoration Project on the properties of the University of Michigan. He is a member of the Medewan Lodge and receiving his mentoring and teaching from the lodge, his grandparents and uncle. He was introduced to Manoomin harvesting and Manoomin camp in 1972 when he was invited to accompany them to an annual harvest in northern Wisconsin. He started assisting his uncle Niganash in 1980 with the restoration of Manoomin on Lake Lac Vieux Desert, their tribal homeland. He supported Niganash in his negotiations with the Wisconsin Valley Improvement Company, requesting their support in the project and through the litigation to get the waters lowered to promote the return of the Manoomin beds. He has continued the project after Niganash walked in 1999. Roger is the recipient of the 2019 Michigan Heritage Award given by the state of Michigan and Michigan State University for his work of preservation, education, outreach, and restoration efforts through the state of Michigan and the Great Lakes Basin. He conducts Manoomin camps and Manoomin workshops throughout the year across the Great Lakes Basin. They are open to both tribal members and to the general public. The second presenter will be Miss Barb Barton. And she is the author of the books, The Amazing Adventures of a Midwestern Girl and Manoomin. Barb, did you wave? Or can you wave? Okay.
I did, yeah.
All right. I'm sorry. Barb finds boundless inspiration in the region's rich history. Manoomin traces the interwoven stories of the Anishinaabe colonizers and the role native wild rice has had in shaping their shared histories. The first book of its kind, Manoomin won a 2018 Michigan History Award in the University Press Commercial Press category, as well as 2019 Michigan Notable Book Award. For Barb, storytelling and cultural preservation are one and the same. In addition to her nonfiction books, Barb has authored article about the complex relationship between people and food for Michigan History Magazine and the Historical Society of Michigan's Chronicle magazine. Barb also travels the state as a public speaker and sometimes a folk musician, continues the oral traditions that have informed her research and writing. Barb is currently on a book tour for the Manoomin, is available for booking in the Midwest region. Our next, would it be Courtney or Nat is presenting after Barb? Okay, Nat, all right. Nat, you want to wave? Nat is an enrolled member of the Nottawassippi Huron Band of Potawatomi and the vice chair of the Michigan Democratic Party Anishinaabe Caucus. He has 7 years of both harvesting and restoration experience with Manoomin. He has been a member of the NHBP Tribal Environmental Advisory Committee for 5 years and also a member of the NHBP Planning and Land Use Committee and the NHBP Election Board. Prior to that, he was an elected member of the NHBP Tribal Council and a member of the Board of Directors of the Firekeepers Casino Hotel. He has also worked on the Education Outreach and Harvest Regulation Subcommittees with the Michigan Wild Rice Initiative, MWRI, since 2018. Nat is also the project manager for the Anishinaabe Caucus team dedicated to having Manoomin designated as the native grain of the state of Michigan. So thank Nat and Barb and Roger for being here. Courtney Collia, give us a wave. There she is, beautiful Courtney. Courtney Collia is a student of natural and healing arts, an environmental educator and earth advocate. She is currently attending the Institute for Massive Education while working as an office manager. She is descendant of many peoples of the world over, including but not limited to the Sault Ste. Marie Band of Ojibwe, Italian, and Scandinavian peoples. She has been sharing Manoomin knowledge and story with her mentor and great friend, Roger LaBine, for nearly a decade now and enjoys every opportunity to do so. So I want to thank each and every one of my panelists and for the Michigan Family Food Systems for asking me to facilitate all of these presenters here. So why don't we jump right in, and we're going to go to Roger LaBine, who is going to share with us the origins and our migration story, which is where we believe like all things should begin, which is from the East. So Roger Chimagwech for being with us today.
Matikona Indigenous, Gigu do a dem, Ojibwa Anishinaabe and Dao, KK Gitagan and Nunjaba. As with Jannan, I said, hello, my name is Matigwana Bay, which is tree spirit or spirit of the woods or forest. I'm from the Fish Clan. I'm from the Ojibwa Nation, and I'm from that land of the old gardens, which is on the western end of the UP. And what I would like to start out talking about is the responsibilities that Anishinaabe have for Mother Earth and how the creation story happened. And it's important to start this conversation with that as Gitche Manitou, or the creator, the Great Spirit, made this universe. And as he made that, and then he needed to have a provider and caretaker. And that caretaker is the Anishinaabe people. And in the beginning, we had that first original man was made half human and half spirit, and his name was Nanabuju. And Nanabuju went around and named all of the beings that the creator made and put on Mother Earth. At that time, the beings had the ability to communicate with Nanabuju, and they actually shared with Nanabuju as they were being named. what they would be providing and sacrificing for their caretakers when they come. And the person that walked with Nanabuji was Mayingan. And so that's why one of the important issues with Mayingan is the wolf. And so he came and he walked with Nanabuju. And at the end of that quest, the creator told that they needed to separate, and what would happen to one would happen to the other. And if you look at the comparison between the wolf and the Anishinaabe people, where they went, and that's where it went. And so at one point, there was a lack of ability for communications, and so now the Anishinaabe people are the speakers for all those beings from Mother Earth, whether it be the water, whether it be Mayingan, whether it be the wind, whether it be the forest, whether it be about the fish, and even Mayingan, the wolf. We are those speakers of those resources and protectors of all those spirit beings on Mother Earth. And so that needs to be said. And then the migration story is about years ago, before we had those visitors of those Western world people. There was a woman who had this dream, and she was standing on this rise in the water, and she was facing the western direction where that sun sets. So she went and had a interpretation of that dream, and the spiritual advisors came back, and when they pursued this quest, they had 7 prophecies. And the prophecies that I wanted to share with you specifically is the first and the third prophecy. Is that the first prophecy said that we needed to leave. We needed to leave that land where we were up on the north end of the St. Lawrence Seaway. Because if we didn't, we would face death and destruction. And the third prophecy was we needed to migrate, and we needed to follow this Migas shell. And this Migas shell is very important into the Medewan Lodge. And we needed to follow that Migas shell to that place where that food that grows on the water. When we find this place and this food that grows on the water, we will know our new home. And when we did that, and so we don't have no scrolls and says that, so there is really no time. It's been told anywhere from 200 to 400 years, that migration from the St. Lawrence Seaway up to the heart of Turtle Island, which is the Great Lakes Basin, and it ended on Madeline Island. And so when we found this food that grows in the water, and we're still here, we fulfilled that first and third prophecy. And so as we were instructed and taught how to take care of this precious gift that the Creator sent us, and we are still here today. And so it is a very sacred and honorable plant that is shared in our ceremonies. It sustained us through severe winters. And it is the main reason that we are still here in the Great Lakes Basin.
All right, Chimigwich Roger. And then we were going to go to Barb Barton, and she was going to talk a little bit about the history of Manoomin in Michigan. And so Barb, I was wondering if you could do that. And I believe that Barb has some slides to share with us as well. So we're going to get some visual references as well. So thank you again, Roger, and thank you, Barb, for sharing.
Sure. I'm really grateful that you asked me to present today. And I wrote this wrote this book after meeting this fellow named Roger back in 2008. And we had a rice camp up at Lac View Desert. And I'm going to speak a bit about the history of Manoomin, primarily the impact of European colonization on it from the time frame around the early to mid 1800s up through the mid 20th century. And I thought I'd first introduce everyone to this beautiful plant. We have two species here in Michigan, the northern lake rice, Zizania palustris, which grows in the shallow areas of our lakes. It can be 4 feet tall or so above the water, sometimes a little bit higher. And then we have in the southern part of Michigan, river rice called Zizania aquatica. And this plant can get up to 12, 13 feet tall. It's just absolutely beautiful. And it grows exclusively in the rivers. Also likes somewhat shallow water. And it's listed as a threatened species here in Michigan, so it does have legal protection. Well, when I start to talk about the impacts to the land and how it affected Manoomin, you should have a little background knowledge on the life history. And so if you look in the upper left, those are pictures of the rice grains after they've come off of the river rice. And right now the seeds are down in the sediment in the bottom of the rivers and lakes. And it's just waiting for that warm water and that sunshine to come through and the ice to break off. And it'll start to grow, and it enters what we call the floating leaf stage, which is in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. And I think it looks like beautiful hair that's flowing on the water. Now, it doesn't have established root systems when it's in that stage. They're really shallow, and so it's very vulnerable to changes in water levels. Like, for instance, if a boat comes by, the wake can actually dislodge the plant. And then into later June and early July, you start to get the flowers developing, and by late August, early September, the seeds start to ripen. Well, after we had that rice camp, I started asking the question in my mind of where do we have Manoomin in Michigan? Anything that had been written about Manoomin did not include Michigan. And so I didn't even know we had rice here. And so I started investigating, and I searched a lot of different sources for information, which I won't read this off to you, but you can see there's just a whole bunch of different places I looked. And my goal was to basically find every rice bed we ever had and every rice bed we have today, to be able to document that, so we had a good understanding of whether or not Manoomin had declined, or whether it was stable, or whether this beautiful plant needed help, needed our support. So I started coming across photographs. This is from the 1930s. This is Houghton Lake's rice bed that was a mile long. It's no longer there. This is the only photograph I could find of Rice Lake, which is near Grant, Michigan, in Newaygo County. That lake is no longer there, but that was a huge rice bed. Here's an old photo that shows a rice bed up at the Tequamanon River at the Dollarville flooding. There is still rice up there, fortunately, but nothing like what it was back in the 30s. And this is the inlet to Grimes Lake in Alger County. And to me, this looks like river rice. This is a stream. And what's interesting is it's bordered by a bog, which you don't usually see Manoomin growing in a bog type setting. Well, I began creating a map in 2008, and you can see the top map shows all of the locations I was able to find that were historic, and what I called historic were sites that were known. I believe prior to the 1990s. And I want you to pay special attention to the coastline of Lake Michigan and Lake Erie and the Saginaw Bay. And if you look down at the extant map, which means these are sites that are in existence today, notice all of the dots that are missing from the coastline. Of those 198 historic records I was able to locate, only 14 of those are still in existence today. A lot of those rice beds were enormous, and we have one large bed left. All these other extant sites are pretty small. I think the reason that nobody wrote about the rice beds in Michigan is because they were gone. So people just didn't know, the European people particularly didn't know what we had. I read about wild rice beds in the Saginaw Bay that were 10,000 acres in size. Right now we have less than 200 acres left. The Monroe Marsh, which I'll talk about a little bit more, had anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 acres of marshland. A lot of it was wild rice. There is nothing left of that. St. Clair Flats, I saw one source that said you could drive for 45 miles and see rice out as far as the eye could see around Lake St. Clair. Now the only rice is at St. Clair Flats. And as I mentioned previously, Houghton Lake, they're trying to restore rice there now. They're not having a lot of success, but that beautiful mile-long rice bed is long gone. So what caused the decline of Manoomin here? Well, it's very much tied to the impacts to the land that the early European colonizers had. And I'm going to go through this chronologically. So we're going to start with the logging era. In the beginning of the logging period, they actually were going pretty slow. It was just horses and people cutting trees down, and the horses would drag the logs out. As they got going, they started to develop more, quote, technology, I guess you would call it. They used big wheels to move the logs, which meant they could move them faster. They put in railroads. In some railroads I documented went right through rice beds. They could move these logs even faster out of the forest. And you can see this is the Saginaw River, and you can see the logs being floated down the river. Remember that beautiful floating leaf stage that we looked at? So most of these logs were run in the springtime. Nothing survived those log runs in terms of vegetation, and it was devastating to a lot of things in the water, including water quality. There was also a lot of logs that were stacked and held on the shoreline of these rivers, and there were also wetlands there that had been filled. This is from Honor, Michigan. When I talk about water quality, this is a floating sawmill, and they would actually cut the logs right there, and then essentially they dumped everything right in the water, the sawdust, the bark, all of the debris, which changed the pH of the water, and because of the tannic acids in the bark, and it also left a lot of woody debris behind. So if we travel to the west side of the state, this again is another photo from the 30s. This is Muskegon Lake. Muskegon Lake is at the western, how do I say this? So the Muskegon River, if you follow it west toward Lake Michigan, right before you get to Lake Michigan, you get to Muskegon Lake. And this was a huge wild rice bed. And this is what it looked like when it was intact and untouched. This is what it looks like today. And all of that wood you see there is debris from the logging era, from the logs that were run down the river and through here, and the mills that were around this lake. There was also a lot of industrial pollutants put in this water historically as well. So there's no rice left, of course, at Muskegon Lake. Well, associated with the logging era, we have to consider dams. This is a dam from the 1870s, at Rogers' homeland, Lac Vieux Desert. That's the name of the lake. And this dam is at the headwaters of the Wisconsin River. And what they would do is they would dam up the river and use the lake as a reservoir to hold back water. And then when it come time for spring, when they wanted to run the logs down, they let the water go and were able to move the logs faster. That dam was rebuilt a bunch of different times, and this is the final version of it from the 1930s. And the dam is still in place. This is Lac Vieux Desert, an aerial photograph of it. And the dam is on the lower left-hand side of the screen. Historically, all of these bays that you can see in this beautiful lake had wild rice in them. And once the dam was put in, it essentially drowned all of the rice on the lake. And the tribal folks, Rogers tribe, lived here. This was their homeland. And because the rice was gone, a lot of people left and moved into Watersmeet, a nearby town, because they had to earn money to get by on, and they no longer had the rice to sell. And it really impacted the ricing culture at the tribe there, where in the past most families riced. Today there's only a few families that are ricing. On the very far right of the screen, you can see Rice Bay, and where it says 32180. Rice Bay is, there's a rice bed there, and Roger can maybe fill us in during our question and answer time at the end, but the efforts to bring the rice back, they got up to about 100 acres. This is Rice Bay here, and for reasons unclear, as far as I know, the rice is not growing well anymore. But you can see the streaks of rice. That's where the canoes went when people were planting off to the side. But these impacts that I'm describing happened all over Michigan, and so I'm using kind of like case studies to highlight what happened. So as we turned the 1900s, and I should say that in 1870 to 1890, that 20-year period, the entire state of Michigan was logged over. It's just such a short period of time. It's just mind-blowing. But once the logging era was over with, then we start to get into the industrialization period in the early 1900s. And we're going to go down to southeast Michigan now to the Monroe area. This is a channel that was dug from a paper company, a paper mill, on the River Raisin. And they were literally dumping all of their effluent from the mill right into this channel, which then went out into the Monroe Marsh. I wasn't able to find a lot of photographs of just the marsh, but it was a very well-known place. It was internationally known for duck hunting, obviously with such vast wild rice beds and coastal wetlands. People came from all over to go duck hunting here. And it also had this huge bed of lotuses, and they used to call them Egyptian lotuses. I don't know if they were planted or not. I'm not an expert in Monroe's lotus bed, but folks would come and pick the flowers. This map from 1820 shows you what the River Raisin in Monroe used to look like before any changes were made to it. Right toward the mouth, you'll see an island that looks like the letter E. That was called House Island or Geyer Island later. That island is a place where there was a Potawatomi village there. The Potawatomi and the Shawnee would gather there, which was right smack in the middle of the wild rice bed. But what happened was in the 1830s, the Army Corps of Engineers decided to start putting a channel and dredging through there. They went right through that island. And you can see on this map, there's a straight line where right through those islands in that area. This is a vegetation map that was hand drawn in 1900, and the red areas are wild rice beds. Now I want to mention that in 1900 the Great Lakes water levels were high, and when you have high water levels on the Great Lakes, the water's so deep that the wild rice beds shrink and sometimes disappear. When you have low water, then the rice beds come back and are even more expansive. So you can imagine in a low water period, probably the majority of this marsh turned into wild rice. But over time, what happened was a lot of industries came to that river. There were paper mills, and Ford Motor Company was there. The municipal dump was there. Everyone was dumping their waste right into the river, and it was channelized even more starting in the late 1800s. So you can see now, this is a photograph that shows you the overlay of that vegetation map. So all that orange area is where the Manoomin beds used to be. And if you look on the aerial view, that's the beautiful 4,000 acre Monroe Marsh, or was. It's completely gone now. There's a lot more interesting information about all of this in my book if you want to read further. So the other thing that was really impactful on Manoomin was draining. And that started actually in the 1800s as well, during the logging era. And it started because of an epidemic of malaria, believe it or not. There was a peak in malaria in like 1859 to 1860. And people didn't know at that time what caused malaria. They just knew that it came from areas that had swamps in them. And so, of course, they put two and two together and they figure, well, the only way to get rid of whatever's causing it is to drain it. So this is an old map that shows you the Maple River up by Ovid, which is kind of north of Lansing. You know, the water and the rivers are the lifeblood of the earth. And this map shows what used to be a huge marsh. And all of these red lines are drains. And to me, they look like almost like cut marks on the surface of the earth, where they're taking taking that lifeblood out of the wetlands and drying up the wetlands. A lot was for malaria, as I said, but it also was for agriculture later. Around 1900 or so, in Europe, they discovered that the malaria was transmitted and carried by mosquitoes. So they started putting oil and kerosene on the surface of the water here to kill the mosquito larvae. And of course, those chemicals are not at all good for any plants whatsoever. And that also had an impact on Manoomin. I got a call one day at work from this gentleman. This is Frank Adewagijik. He's a member of the Waganakseeng Nation, the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawas. And he called and said, "Hey, Barb, I wondered if you ever heard of this little place called Grant, Michigan, over by Grand Rapids." And he told me that he had stories in his tribe about people harvesting rice in this little lake called Rice Lake. And it's now an onion farm. Did I know about it? I didn't. So I began to do some research. And I found this map from 1880 that shows Rice Lake. It's almost 2 3/4 miles long and a little over a mile wide at its widest, and it's surrounded by marsh. I believe this was the largest inland wild rice bed in Michigan. It's a very sad story, an interesting story that we don't have time to talk about. But as I showed this picture earlier, but this is the only photograph I was able to find of the lake, and you can see the vast rice bed on it. Well, 7 farmers decided they wanted to drain this lake. It's the headwaters of the Rogue River. They wanted to drain it to turn it into muck farming. Back in the early 1900s, muck farming was a big deal over in the Scandinavian countries. And as the people moved here from Scandinavia, they brought this type of farming with them. And so Michigan started to create these muck farms by draining wetlands. So they made a ditch that was 5 miles long and 20 feet wide, and they drained the entire lake. And this is what a map that shows you in 1955, the lake is gone. The marshland is gone. The wild rice is gone. And I'm pretty certain that they did not talk to Frank's people about this and say, hey, we're going to drain your rice bed, because that would have been a very important source of food for the Odawa in the area. You can go there to this day. There's a road that goes right through the old lake bed, and you can stand in the middle of that lake and see the forest around the edge of it like it used to be. It's quite an amazing place. But those were the main factors, I believe, that caused rice to decline here in the upper and lower peninsulas. And as I said, if you pick up a copy of my book, you can get it anywhere. There's a lot more information about the history in depth, and also a lot of my tribal friends wrote introductions to every chapter. So the Anishinaabe story is in here. Roger's creation story is in here. There's a chapter on restoration, and there's a chapter on recipes as well. And then my contact information is at the bottom if you want to get a hold of me and you have any questions. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now and turn it back over to you, Jannan.
Yeah, thank you so much. Wow, that was I learned something as usual. Yeah, I wanted to kind of do a little synopsis of some of the things that you shared, and some of the things that might lead into a segue of what Nat Spurr is going to talk about. What I heard was that there was some climate change impacts, that there was quite a bit of human impacts, including logging. And as you were sharing some of those things, I was thinking of today, what are some of the barriers of our wild rice, the 12 tribes of Michigan wild rice efforts for restoration? What are some of the barriers? And I was thinking that one of them is that in the state of Michigan, at least my interaction or in different communities, that people don't even know that there was wild rice here, or that wild rice even exists here in the state of Michigan. So as part of our efforts today, I'm hoping that we can kind of break that barrier and help people to acknowledge and get a little bit of knowledge of that. Yes, historically there was wild rice here in the state of Michigan, and there is still wild rice in the state of Michigan. And the other thing is the nutritional value of a lot of people think of Uncle Ben's is wild rice, which it is not our traditional way of how we view wild rice. And that there is a big difference in the nutritional value between white rice and wild rice. So I don't know if somebody had that screen to share with us briefly, but I think that that's really important, that also that the wild rice beds, to me, it represents that you have healthy, when you have that wild rice there, it shows that you have a healthy water system, and it also creates habitat for other animals, and everything from birds, and like you mentioned, back in the day they did the duck hunting. So there is that to a consideration for, that when we do our restoration, that we're also helping the whole ecosystem of that rice bed or that land base there, that it has. Let me see, how do I undo my little symbols here? Oh, I can't. Well, anyways. And then the other thing was the drainage, the 1990s, the oil and chemicals. Right now we have a really big concern with PFAS in the state of Michigan, which affects our groundwater and wells and things like that. And then there are other things around the state of Michigan that may, I think that Nat is going to talk a little bit about the impact of the Enbridge oil spill down there by Marshall. There's those types of impacts today that are still happening that are threatening our wild rice initiative and restoration efforts. And then you mentioned the Rogue River, muck farming, and I wonder if you could talk a little bit about, in our planning sessions, we talked a little bit about the rice over in Detroit area. Detroit is a big, I'm quite sure that industry and things like that had an impact on the wild rice over there. And a lot of people don't know that wild rice was over there as well. So I was wondering if you could mention that briefly for our folks as well.
Sure. Yeah, there was Manoomin. There were 3 huge rice beds in Lake Erie, a lot, kind of in the same area, Point Malay, the Erie State Game, what's in now the Erie State Marsh or Erie Marsh, the Monroe Marsh. There was rice all throughout the Detroit River up into Lake St. Clair. And there was tremendous amount of pollution, the Rouge River as well. There was a tremendous amount of pollution in the 30s and 40s and 50s, and also a lot of dredging, and that certainly impacted the wild rice, especially when you think about all of the ships that were going through after they got the dredging going. But the contaminants was a really big thing. And when we talk about restoration right now, I'm always very hesitant to encourage people to try to restore rice in those areas, simply because you don't want the contaminants that are in the sediment to go up into that sacred plant and then be eaten by all the animals that eat the plant, or people who would happen to go harvesting. So you always have to think about what's in the sediment when you do restoration.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for that, Barb, and for sharing your book and your knowledge with us. I really appreciate that. Next, we have Nat Spurr, and he's going to, if you could just give us, Nat, a little precursor about what you're going to talk about. I believe it was the Michigan Wild Rice Initiative and some of the legal wranglings that we're doing within the state for the protection of rice, and where we, maybe a little timeline of when we started trying to get it recognized as a state grain and those types of things. And yeah, so if you give a little precursor of what you're going to talk about, and then that'd be great. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Miigwech, Jen. Yeah, I was basically planning to start off with the Michigan Wild Rice Initiative, which was created 4 years ago. And that's a collaboration. It's a joint effort between the 12 individually federally recognized tribes of the state of Michigan, and the state of Michigan and other organizations such as the Sierra Club, federal organizations like NOAA and the EPA. And then I'm going to talk about the pending Manoomin bill that's pending both before the House of Representatives and the state government and the state Senate. Should we be lucky enough to get that passed this year, Governor Whitmer has given tribal leaders confidence that she absolutely will sign the bill to make Manoomin the state grain of Michigan. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the effect of the Enbridge oil spill, which happened right in our backyard where I live on the Pine Creek Indian Reservation in 2010, and then the effects of climate change, which is similar to what we went through with the Enbridge fracture of line 6B. So Ani Bajou, Spurr Indigenous, Bodway and Dow, Pine Creek Indian Reservation, Athens, Michigan, and Deutsche Bia. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to start off by thanking Scotty and the Michigan Food and Farming Systems for hosting this conference and for inviting us to present. And I want to thank everybody, all of you who've tuned in to watch us and hear our presentation regarding wild rice Manoomin. But anyway, I have kind of a unique perspective on Manoomin or wild rice. My grandmother was full-blooded. I'm a member of the Nottawassippi Huron Band of the Potawatomi. So because that's such a long name, most people usually just typically refer to us as the Nottawassippi or the Huron Potawatomi. That's what we're commonly known by in the Great Lakes region. But we settled this land in 1840, my ancestors did, and we purchased the land in 1845, and we've been here ever since. So my grandmother was full-blooded Nottawassippi Huron Band of the Potawatomi. She was part of my tribe, and she was born here in 1922 on the reservation. So, that was 100 years ago. We lost her 5 years ago. But one thing I like to talk about that's kind of unique about her situation was, although she was born right here, right in the smack dab of, the Midwest in the middle of the United States, English was not her first language. She grew up only speaking Bodway and didn't actually learn English until she matriculated and started attending Athens schools as a kindergartner. So I think that's pretty unique that, she was only born 100 years ago in 1922, but, didn't learn how to speak English until she was in the Athens school system, long after, as she was, long past her youngest years. My grandfather, on the other hand, he was a full-blooded member of the Bad River, Wisconsin Chippewa tribe, right up at the top of right up at the top of the state of Wisconsin, on the shores of Lake Superior in Odana, Wisconsin, is the name of the town. But I was first exposed to wild rice or Manoomin at the age of 3 or 4, because although, as Roger and Barb both pointed out in their presentations, Manoomin used to be everywhere throughout the state of Michigan. It used to be in probably almost every single body of water, whether it was a stream, a river, a lake, an inland lake, and even parts of the Great Lakes or lakes, Lake St. Clair. And for over the past century, Manoomin has been under attack by things like boating, channeling, dams, drainage, as Barb pointed out, pollution, and now climate change. I mean, every single thing has affected the ability of Manoomin to flourish and to, and it was basically pushed to the brink of extinction. So when I was growing up, I mean, we didn't have any Manoomin, we didn't have any rice beds in this area, the area where I live now, Pine Creek Reservation, which is about 15 miles south of Battle Creek. It was gone, it didn't exist. And it didn't exist until our tribe started a restoration program in 2007. So 15 years now, we've been restoring wild rice. We're part of the St. Joe River watershed. The St. Joe River is a river that's over 200 miles long, starts out to the east of us in the Jackson area and flows all the way and empties into Lake Michigan in St. Joe, Benton Harbor area. So we're in that watershed, but we also do a lot of restoration and a lot of Manoomin research in the Kalamazoo River watershed, which is just to the north of us. And that's where the Line 6B fracture occurred that was operated by Enbridge in 2010, so about 12 years ago. And we're still dealing with the effects from that. It basically stalled our Manoomin program for, it eliminated access to the river for 5 years after that point. But the point I wanted to make is despite the fact that Manoomin was almost exterminated from especially the lower half of the lower peninsula of Michigan, as I was growing up, and we were still very well connected to my grandfather's tribe in Odana, the Bad River, Wisconsin Chippewa tribe, I got a chance to go racing, at the age of 3 or 4, and it was incredibly. It was established to me that it was not only extremely important as a food group for our people, going back hundreds and hundreds of years. I mean, it accounted for 1/6 of our economy, throughout the Anishinaabeg people in the Great Lakes region. it probably accounted for over 50% of our calories that would last us through the winter. So it was incredibly, it had an incredible spiritual significance, not only as being a food staple that was so important for our people's survival in the tough Michigan winters, or in my grandfather's tribe's case, the northern Wisconsin winters, just south of Canada on the shores of Lake Superior. So I mean, since this is a farming conference that we're presenting in front of, I mean, I think a lot of people in general are probably familiar with the three sisters, corn, beans, and squash, which are people planted together. The corn would provide, a trellis for the beans to be able to climb. The beans would fix nitrogen inside the soil and also stabilize the corn in high winds by giving it some foundation. And then the squash would the sharp leaves would prevent it from being the whole area from being attacked by or eaten by deer and raccoons and other predators. And then the squash would also keep the soil moist and prevent weeds from coming into the area. So this was an incredibly, spiritually and culturally significant to our people, the three sisters, corn, beans, and squash. And Manoomin is exactly the same. I mean, it was an incredibly important and a vital food source for our people, but it had an incredible spiritual and cultural significance as well. And so I think individually, the Michigan Wild Rice Initiative was created, 4 years ago in 2018. But the whole point of it was each of the 12 federally recognized tribes in Michigan has had their own wild rice restoration program or Manoomin restoration program for over a decade. As I mentioned, my tribe has had that program for 15 years now. But each tribe has focused and put a lot of money and resources into not only doing research and cultivating wild rice and try to restore it to be, stewards of Manoomin. But now, like the purpose of the Michigan Wild Rice Initiative was to bring that to team us together with like the state, the Michigan DNR, other organizations, federal organizations like the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, EGLE, which formerly the Department of Environmental Quality, now it's known as the Department of the Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, the federal EPA, the Michigan Sea Grant, and private, environmental groups like the Sierra Club, the Audubon Society, to basically have us team up together, the 12 individually recognized tribes with other entities of the state and federal governments and private entities as well. So this is something we've been working on for a long time. I mean, Roger and myself and Barb have all been, active in subcommittees for that organization, but it's something that, we've been working on for a long time. And one of the projects that came out of that was the Manoomin bill. We came up with this idea about 4 years ago to establish Manoomin or wild rice as the state grain of Michigan. And we first had it introduced to the state government in 2018. And after the election in November of 2018, we basically just, ran out the clock. We ran out of time. And the bill, never got to a vote. It's basically stalled in its tracks. We reintroduced it in 2020 toward the end of the session. And unfortunately, what happened then was there were hearings regarding the election that were going on at the state government at that time. And after one of Donald Trump's lawyers, Rudolph Giuliani, came into town, exposed other members of the state government to COVID, they canceled basically the last 3 weeks of the session. And because we hadn't gotten, because the bill was not in its final stages, it stalled again. We ran out of time and, we didn't get it to come to a vote. Well, we reintroduced it this year. Representative Ronnie Peterson of the 54th District of Ypsilanti introduced it in April of last year, so April of 2021. And then just last month, Senator Adam Hollier of the 2nd District in Detroit introduced it to the state Senate, and immediately there were 27 co-sponsors of the bill. So there's only 38 senators total in the state government. We had the support of 27. So members on both sides of the aisle, it was a bipartisan effort. It's something that the state government, supports wholly. And I'm not sure if we have some pictures to be able to show, but my tribe hosted an event in, actually, let me pause for a second because I couldn't get this to turn off. Jannan, you had a question? I saw the hand raised. I think you're muted.
Yeah, I had several questions. I'm taking notes as you're talking, so I'll just wait till you're done, and then I'll ask those questions. That's all right.
Okay, perfect. Well, this was an event that my tribe hosted back in September of 2018. So it was that's actually Governor Rick Scheider winnowing the rice, heating it up. This was attended by several local politicians. In the picture right there, at the far right in the white shirt, that's a picture of Carl Bednarski. So he's the president of the Michigan Farm Bureau, has been in that position since 2014, I believe. Aaron Miller was a state representative at the time, a Republican member of the state house from St. Joe County. And then you have our tribal council, the four to the left of them. So Jamie Stuck, the tribal chair, Nancy Schmidt, the tribal secretary, Jeff Chivis, the tribal treasurer, and Homer Mandoka, the tribal sergeant at arms. So four of our five members of the tribal council attended as well. But Rick Scheider was very much in support of, Manoomin being established as a state grain at the time, even though he was in his last few months in office. Aaron Miller, the Republican member of the state house, was supportive as well. And then Carl Bednarski certainly voiced his support of Manoomin in general, and not just the bill, that was pending in the state government at the time. So I just wanted to, to throw that out there, because obviously when you have the support that we do in the state Senate, 27 out of 38 senators signing on as a co-sponsor. Unfortunately, we need to have 3 readings for the state house for that to come to a vote. And we've only had 1 reading so far. So it's something that we're continuing to work on with the Michigan Anishinaabe Caucus. And we're communicating with tribal leaders about that as well, hoping that we can bring that to fruition before the end of the year. Next, I wanted to talk about, as I mentioned before, and just before I forget, those bill numbers are in the bill in the state house is bill number 4596. And again, that was introduced at March 25th of last year, and it's still pending. And then Senator Hollier's bill is Senate Bill 802. So hopefully we can bring that to a close and get it to, the governor's office for her to sign before the end of the year. And then, as I mentioned before, my tribe, we're located about 15 miles south of Battle Creek. So we're in the St. Joe River watershed, but in our original territory, which consisted of the Kalamazoo River and other spots that are local to, south central Michigan, the Line 6B, fracture happened in 2010, July of 2010. The oil continued to leak for 17 hours. It was the largest inland oil spill in the history of the United States. So 985,000 gallons of crude oil leaked into the Kalamazoo River. It caused the river to be shut down for a whole 5 years. So no access, no fishing, no gathering, no recreation. And then our wild rice program there, our wild rice restoration program, that had to pause for 5 years as well. One thing that was interesting is rivers have the capability to clean themselves up relatively quickly because it is moving, flowing, water. It's not like a lake. So one thing that happened was the Ceresco Dam, which had been there for well over 100 years, was removed in 2014 as part of the cleanup effort. And one thing that we found out is by this point, we were able to resume our wild rice restoration program. But one thing that was kind of interesting is as I mentioned, that had been dammed up for well over 100 years. And what we noticed was after that dam was removed and the water continued to flow freely, through the Kalamazoo River, wild rice, Manoomin started to pop up in areas where it was not planted. We didn't know it was there. We were not responsible for transporting the plants or for seeding the area. And one thing that we found out was these plants had been dormant since that dam had been put in. And because they hadn't been exposed to oxygen, they hadn't been exposed to the elements of, outside the water. That wild rice popped up on its own after being dormant for well over 100 years. So it was really something that was interesting for us to see after we were able to resume, that wild rice restoration program, that it was that resilient as a plant. It had been dormant for over 100 years. So that was something that was interesting. And then, obviously we touched, I know that Barb and Roger both had touched on this, but, climate change has been the newest predator or threat to wild rice that we've been able to see, especially with as warm as the climate has been these past 3 summers. We had an incredible amount of growth both in the Kalamazoo River and in the Nottawa River, which is the river that that is just south of the reservation. Pine Creek flows into the Nottawa River, which eventually flows into the St. Joe River. And one thing that we noticed was, because of the high climate, temperatures that we've had, we had incredible growth with the plants and incredible success until about the end of July. And then, this was 2019 and 2020. It was just attacked by a bacteria called brown spots. And although we had the best growth that we've ever had during the whole history of this project, the rice was wiped out shortly before being able to, harvest. Manoomin seems to peak at very late August or early September, right around Labor Day each year. And these plants were just completely wiped out by this bacterial disease called brown spot. And that was because of the high climate temperatures that Manoomin had never seen before. So as we noticed during the season last year, although we didn't have as much growth as we were hoping for, we did notice that Manoomin seems to have built up some sort of an immunity, because last year we didn't have the problem with brown spot that we did in 2020 or 2019. It seems like Manoomin is resilient enough to build up some sort of immunity. And we had a lot better luck last year than we did in the previous years that were affected by the high temperatures. So I'm welcome to answer any type of questions that anybody might have, but I do want to pass this back to Jannan, at this time. But again, I wanted to thank everybody that's tuned in to watch us and to, attend this presentation. And I wanted to thank the Michigan Food and Farming Systems as well for inviting us to this conference. McGwitch.
Thank you kindly, Nat. Yeah, I did take some notes as well while you were talking. I personally am really appreciative of the collaborative and supportive efforts of people like the Audubon Society, the Sea Grant, the Michigan DNR, NOAA, Eagle, the EPA. It really is going to take beyond the tribes, and part of that is building those relationships and having people know that plant exists. And for me as an Anishinaabe, the rice needs clean water, which is like, that's the bottom line. It's like, it is a plant that really needs to have water. And when it is a clean water system, that reflects that area is a healthy environment for the plant, for the animals, for the winged, the two-legged, all those things that use those rice beds as well. So there's something to say about that. In our planning sessions, we had talked about, some people may be like, oh yeah, well, I want to go out and I want to plant some rice and I want to help and things like that. So I was wondering if each one of you could talk a little bit about the importance of not necessarily, I wouldn't say it's like deterring people from going out and, you know, it's not like when you grow corn, you just go out and plant it and, you know, like that. But there really is a lot of consideration. There really is a lot of spiritual significance, those types of things to, you know, growing and maintaining rice and doing restoration. So a little bit about how people can help, but also that the importance of not just going out and, you know, going and throwing some wild rice seeds out into your, you know, local marsh. So we had talked about that in our planning session. So I was wondering if each one of you could talk a little bit about that. And then we're going to have a segue into Courtney. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that to us as Anishinaabe people, the spiritual significance of Manoomin, it's not just for us. Yes, it was an incredibly important, maybe the most important food source that we had available to us, but it was for everything. It was for the birds, that, you know, to help with their migrations, you know, south, you know, as they were headed down south, you know, to spend the winter. It's incredibly important to fish populations. I mean, when we'd be ricing and, you know, seeds would fall into the water, that was incredibly important for the fish population to be able to thrive and survive, you know, upon. I mean, it's food for muskrats, you know, mammals other than humans. I mean, reptiles and amphibians, you know, it's a food source for all of us. And it's something that we view as something that's incredibly vitally significant just to have a healthy ecosystem from top to bottom. I mean, it's something that's incredibly important to the environment that goes well beyond human population.
Barb or Roger, did you want to weigh in on how people might be able to help, but at the same time be going to do it with on the side of caution, I guess you could say?
What I would like to add is that it is not the intent to turn Manoomin into an agricultural crop. Manoomin is what we call in the Western science a keystone species. As Matt said, and the habitat that it grows in, the conditions, you know, the pure water, the high quality of water, it was only beneficial to our ancestors to maintain and to respect and honor this plant, because as subsistence, you know, people, it enabled us on a year-round basis to be able to, you know, for the fish, for, you know, all the beings that survive and become dependent on this plant, and actually put food on our table, whether it be the beaver, whether it be the duck, whether it be the goose, whether it be whatever. It was always there. I mean, it would draw in food for us. And that's why a lot of the initial tribal communities were always located on a rice bed or a large rice bed. And so the advantages of bringing it back, you know, are great. But it is not to be an agricultural crop. And there are a lot of things that need to be considered before you take a crack at trying to bring it back. A lot of things have got to be considered.
Yeah, and I would add to what Roger was saying that most people don't know the difference. The wild rice, the Manoomin we're speaking of, is a wild plant, and it lives free out in the marshes and the lakes and the rivers. And the wild rice that you buy in the grocery store is paddy rice. It's an agricultural crop, of which there are 9 varieties that have been created. And if the genetic material from those plants were to get out into the wild population, it would be devastating for the wild plants because of the traits that are selected for to make it successful as an agricultural crop. Most of it's grown out in California, some in Minnesota. But the way I think most people can be supportive of Manoomin is to learn about it, to be supportive if there's restoration efforts going on in their area. If they're interested in helping with restorations, contacting the tribe nearest them, or work with Ducks Unlimited or other organizations that are doing restoration. It's very important not to mix together the lake rice and the river rice because of cross-pollination that can happen. As Roger was saying, there's just a lot of factors that have to be considered when you undertake a restoration process. And there's ceremonying that needs to be done too. It's not just you go out and throw rice. You know, there's a lot of cultural considerations too. So.
All right, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. And later on, we will probably be listing the couple of bills that Nat had talked about, Barb's website for her book, and then a couple of other resources at the end that people, if they want more information, that we'll be sharing that towards the end, and we will have that available on screen. And so thank you all for sharing that. Next we have Courtney, and if you could give us a little precursor about what it is that you're going to share with us today, and thank you for coming and supporting the Wild Rice panel here. I met Courtney at the Waters Life Festival. We had a Manoomin panel there, so that was, you guys did an excellent job, and I really didn't have to say a lot of things. You guys like basically carried the panel, but I appreciate that. So yeah, Courtney, take it away.
Bonjour, Gatiana Quidque, Dijakas, Wabajeji, Boyd, Dodem, Jibwe Nishnabe, Quinofo, Casnordatha, Sanitalia, Bawating, and Dojaba, Kalamazoo, and Nodoko. So my name is Courtney, and I'm so glad to be here, and glad I can do a rice panel anywhere. Water is Life Festival was fabulous. You know, water is life, gotta support. And I am from the Martin clan, as well as from the Boyd clan of Scotland, descendant of the Scandinavian people, Italian people, Ojibwe people, just to name a few. I'm kind of a mutt, if you will, a little bit of everything. So, but I think that happens. So because of that, I have an interesting perspective, I guess, on life and on the wild rice and on community. And so what I want to talk about a little bit is just the rice itself, the community it comes from, the communities that are helping it, and a little bit touching on climate change and a few things that a few of the others have talked about. But the important thing that I want to go and talk about is the community of rice itself. So being a person that's a little bit of a mix, it's important to not fight with yourself and to not fight with who you are and all the things that are clashing, right? And it's important that the environment is doing the same thing. So if you think about yourself as your own little world, you know, you got your cells inside of you, and those are like the little ants that run around, and you are the earth and the earth is you. And so if you think about it that way, you can begin to make a connection back to the earth, and then start to understand how the system should flow, how the systems need to be hooked together, or how they thrive when they are hooked together. And for us as people, it's important that we have, you know, body health, which means hydration, right? We need water. The plant, the wild rice, the Manoomin, the goodberry, it needs the water, right? That's one of the most sustaining things for all of life is water. That's why we say water is life. That's one of the most important things that we can do. And we live in a state surrounded by water, and how important that water is. And like Barb had said, you know, that Manoomin disappeared on the shorelines because we've had contamination, because we've had logging. It's disappearing. The water quality isn't what it once was. The wild rice itself has the ability to help with that. It requires good water to thrive. It requires that oxygen, like Nat said, to be able to get those seeds turned up and ready to do what they need to do. But it also is a plant that once you allow it to be in the environment, it starts to help that community. just like the water in your body starts to help you, right? Everything flows better in your body, so everything flows better in that ecosystem. And having the wild rice, what it'll do is once it, the seeds come up, they have all the different stages that Barb talked about, but it starts out with one major root that just shoots right down. That's going to start to get some of the nutrients so that that plant can grow for those different stages. Well, then it starts to create a secondary system of roots that comes out from that. That stabilizes that soil. That's creating a place where little creatures that live in the soil can thrive. It's also creating a stabilization of the soil underneath, which creates habitat for animals that are living underneath the water. As it grows up into that floating leaf stage, it's giving shadow, it's giving shelter to the fish. That if we want to be able to, as people, if we want to fish, we have to take care of the water, we have to take care of the plants. They're what's creating the environment for the fish. So everything is connected all the way up to us all the time. So in that floating leaf stage, it's helping the fish, it's helping other animals. Once it's able to stand up out of the water, then you create a whole nother world of creatures, a whole nother world in the community, basically, that starts to thrive off of that berry. That's where we come in. That's where birds come in. That's where, the muskrats are kind of both in the water and above. But this whole system is connected. And each plant needs the water to grow. And each animal needs that plant to grow. And we need all of them, right? Because they are all connected to us as siblings, if you will, right? The trees were here, the rocks were here, the water was here. These are some of our ancient ones that are teaching us how to live, how to be. And if we can listen, if we can take the time to listen, we can reconnect to the water, we can reconnect to the land, and we can start to move with it. A lot of times with farming, so like the paddy rice that Roger was talking about that we don't want to do, there's an idea behind a lot of just tear it out, start over new. Go from there, creating a whole new environment. That's a type of creation that definitely works for some things. But monocropping of something can be very detrimental to the community, right? I can love Cheetos, but if I only eat Cheetos, I'm going to destroy the environment, right? It's a very simple concept, but it's the same. If I only put in one thing, I'm going to destroy the rest. And that's not what we want with wild rice. With wild rice, we want to have that healthy, sustainable community so that generations from now, they can see a better environment than the one that we had. Ideally, they can go see the old one, if we can restore it back. Now, nothing goes back to what it was. It always moves forward into something new. And so if we can take the old teachings from the rocks, from the trees, from agriculture, from the different types of farming, from traditional harvesting methods, and attach them today to us while we reconnect back to the land, then we're going to be able to move forward in a new way that's going to create a connected, sustainable ecosystem that we can thrive in, animals can thrive in, and our children's children can thrive in. And so when you start to think about the climate, when you start to think about what we're doing to help the climate, what is our role in that? Climate change is a huge issue for wild rice. It's a huge issue for a lot of plants. The maple trees, some of the two top sustaining foods for Indigenous North Americans in this area was the maple sugar and the wild rice. And with climate change happening at such a fast rate, we're going to see declines in both of those things. And those are life-sustaining foods. They're things that we rely on not only for our nutritional value, for our families, but it's something that's also relied upon by the spirit for the Anishinaabe people and for many people around the world who have culture that connects them to the land and their teachings are to the land. knowing the connection and the spirit significance of the plant helps us to walk in a good way and to do what we can to be stewards, like Roger said, of the plants and of the food systems. So, you know, for me here, it's wild rice, it's maple sugar, it's, you know, walleye. it's the food that we like to go out and harvest. And it's also the recreational activities of people in Michigan. You know, you see pure Michigan, and what do you see? You see water and water sports and activities. That's our community. Our community is surrounded by water. And so it's our job to understand that, to know our role in the environment, and then to step up and do our part to maintain that so that we can always have these foods and these opportunities to feed our children, basically. So as the climate is changing, we want to make sure that we're kind of preemptively knowing about that, I guess, instead of just ignoring it or saying, oh, we'll deal with it later. We need to think about what can we do to help. You know, can we plant trees? Can we plant rice? What can we do to help the waterways and the landscape and, you know, the air quality? And I think one of the simplest lessons that kids get in school is that trees give you oxygen, right? And we have to not forget that the plants are life givers as well. They're giving us air to breathe. And if they're working that hard for us, we need to be working that hard for them, you know, to sustain their life. And I think that's something that we all need to remember, and just do our part. And as far as planting the rice goes, you know, Barb was totally right. You've really got to get with whoever in your community is already doing restoration work, whoever, you know, tribal communities, whatever it is. We all have to come together to create the land that we need to survive. And if we can go and learn from people who are already restoring, or go to rice beds that are need restoration versus trying to take something and throw it and hope it grows, you know, that's a wasted seed. If you're a gardener or a farmer, I am definitely a gardener who loves my vegetables. I just want to grow what I want to grow sometimes. And it's hard to remember to keep the balance. But if you know anything about that, you know that your seeds are precious. And you know that your seeds need to be taken care of when they're seeds, all the way up in their growth until you can get the fruit from them. So you can't just pick seeds and go throw them wherever you want. You know, that is throwing your seeds in the trash. That's wasting that precious, precious little gift that could feed many people. You know, one little seed can feed many people. And that's the life of a farmer, is you have one seed and eventually you feed a bunch of people from it. And it's the same with the rice. So we need to care for that seed, whether we're out harvesting, whether we're helping restore the beds, whatever it is, from start to finish, there needs to be care for that life source, and for the then ecosystem and community that it's connected to, and out and out and out until we are all taken care of. Yeah, I think that's mostly what I wanted to touch on, is just remembering the connection to all things, and how sacred that can be, and how not only it's part of our community of people and culture and whatever, but it's also part of the spirit realm, which is the reflection as well. So, and when you think of things that way, that they have connection to all stuff, it reminds you to be respectful, instead of just thinking of something as, oh, it's just this one thing and I'll go put it over there. No, you know, and inherent within traditional or older languages is a description of what you're talking about. So there's an inherent buildup of understanding or trust or respect that isn't always in the English language. You know, English can sometimes be more of a like a trader's pigeon. It can sometimes be more of a, like, this is called that and this is called that. You know, like, it's this very simple labeling system. Whereas some of the older languages from around the world are really going to describe to you what it means. Just like with Manoomin, it doesn't mean wild rice. It means the good berry, you know, and depending on the language, everybody has a different word for wild rice, which explains in a different way how important that rice is. So sometimes it's important to broaden your horizons and to stretch out your community into other communities so you can start to learn another way of thinking and another way of understanding, so that when you look at something, you no longer look at it as the one thing. Instead, you look at it for all of its value. So I think that's all I'll say about that. Miigwech.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Yeah, I really like that, some of the things that you touched on, and it reminds me of our fellow Potawatomi Kwe, Robin Kimmerer, and she talks about a reciprocal relationship with all things, and that kind of reminds me of that. And I myself, as the director of the Waters Life Festival, one of the challenges that I have is to have people to connect with water on an emotional level. It's just like if you have a baby, you want to love it, nurture it, take care of it, make sure that it has everything that it needs to survive and do well. It's the same thing with the water. It's the same thing with that Manoomin plant. And the other thing that you talked about as well is community. And community for the Anishinaabeg is like everything. One of the worst things that you can do for an Anishinaabeg is when you banish them or ostracize them. That's like the absolute worst, because community is like so important to us. And so our community with the four-legged, winged-legged, two-legged, and knowing that you also talked about them being our siblings. And like I said, I look at water like that is my relative. How do I treat my relative? I'm not gonna be, mean and distasteful and all that to, well, some relatives I ain't, but I'm not going to. But anyways, majority of our relatives, we want to treat them in a good way, so, and then you talked about the monocropping. I don't know a lot about that, but yeah, the different stages and recognizing those, and that water quality is super important when it comes to Manoomin and what that reflects, for the other species as well. That, like I said, when you have healthy water, it says something about your environment and the different biozones away from that rice, that it creates habitat for many, many other species. So that is like super significant. So I really did not have much more to add. One question that I did have was, I'm gonna kind of put you on the spot. Barb, did you ever make a wild rice song?
I never did. It's just so, it's so special. It's so sacred that there's just not words. I just can't find the words for it. I've been collecting old poems from like pre-1900. People wrote poems about wild rice. And there's one in particular that was written by a woman in Lafayette, Indiana in the 1800s. And it's the most beautiful description of Manoomin I've ever seen or heard or read, I guess. I haven't heard it yet because I didn't recite it, but if I could only aspire to come up with something like that. There's not words in the English language, I don't think, to talk about Manoomin and really get the essence of the spirit of the plant.
Wow, thank you. All right, well, I think that we will wrap up, and if anyone has anything else that they would like to share at this time, please chime in. Again, I wanted to thank our host and the Michigan Family Farm Systems and the Michigan Food and Farming Systems for asking us to be here today and sharing this wisdom and knowledge about this sacred plant, our Manoomin. And so if anybody else has anything, we'll start with Robin and then go to Barb and Nat and Courtney if they have anything they wanted to add or anything to emphasize the Michigan Wild Rice Initiative or anything like that?
One of the things I guess that I haven't heard yet from the panel is that this plant actually was misunderstood. It was interpreted as an invasive species, as a weed. And a lot of the people, when I say people, I'm talking about riparian owners, sports enthusiasts with their boats and a lot of other things. They don't appreciate what wild rice is. And that's part of what the Michigan Wild Rice Initiative is trying to do that education and outreach, as well as trying to do the restoration efforts. So one of the other things that, like in Barb's topic and, being diminished, one of the things the initiative is trying to become familiar and identify yourself with what wild rice is. There is an effort to try to do an inventory, and it's going to take a whole group of people to be able to identify, as in Barb's presentation about where wild rice is and to be known. I mean, we need all walks of life, whether it be the farmer, whether it be the conservation officer, whether it be the hydrologist, whether it be the forester, whatever walk of life or whatever job profession you have, become familiar with what wild rice is. And if you see it, note it, and try to identify it and get it confirmed that it's there. Like right now, it's the reason that Nat's doing what he's talking about is because it's not a recognized resource or important. A lot of action to protect it and to preserve it is prohibitive, and it just makes our job that much harder.
Thank you, Roger. Barb?
Yeah, I would second everything that Roger said. I know for myself, I have a master's in ecology, and I never heard of wild rice before, and I just think that's unbelievable. And most of the rice beds in Michigan do not occur on tribal lands. And so some of them are on state and federal lands. Some of them are in private ownership. And so it takes everybody to learn about it. And as Roger said, the perception of Manoomin being an invasive species or a weed, that was very common when people were starting to come up the rivers in the 1800s to colonize areas, right? And they couldn't get through the rivers because they were so choked, and the streams were so choked with rice. It was so thick. Today, one of the threats of it against the rice is putting in chemicals to kill it in lakes and in rivers, because people don't understand the plant. They don't understand anything about it. They just think it's in the way, right? So I think it's really important for people to learn about all things Manoomin, and most importantly, to respect the plant for the cultural significance and spiritual significance it has for the Anishinaabe.
Thank you much, Barb. Matt?
Jannan. Yeah, as Roger just pointed out, I mean, that is the reason behind the Manoomin bill. It's also the reason behind the Michigan Wild Rice Initiative. We want to educate the public. We want to raise the visibility of Manoomin to enhance all these restoration programs that we've been going on for over a decade. I mean, individually, as I stated before, each tribe individually has had their own stewardship and restoration program for Manoomin going for well over a decade. So we're trying to work with other groups to raise the visibility, to educate the public so that people do know what Manoomin is, what wild rice is, and understand the importance and the significance to Anishinaabe people, to, for us to be able to improve these programs that we've got going. well, we felt that if Manoomin does become the state grain of Michigan, it'll educate people to the extent that we'll qualify for more grants. We'll be able to increase funding for these programs to enhance the restoration programs that we've had individually going on for Manoomin for more than a decade. So, our objective in this whole thing, everything we've talked about tonight is we want people to become knowledgeable about Manoomin. We want the public to be able to recognize it and understand the importance that it's had for centuries to the whole economy. I mean, to the whole environment and the ecological system of where it's located from top to bottom. It's something that's important to everything, every living organism, in the Great Lakes region is enhanced by wild rice and its presence. So, that's been my main objective, and Roger and Barb and probably Courtney as well have been on the ground fighting for Manoomin and fighting for restoration way longer than I have. I'm new to this program. I mean, as I stated in the beginning, I've been aware of the importance of Manoomin my entire life, but I've only been on the ground doing work for, the last 4 or 5 years. I've only been exposed to these programs for the last 7 years. So, I mean, Roger and Barb and Courtney have put in a whole lot more time than I have, but that's what our objective is. We want to enhance all these education programs. We want the public to be more aware of how important it is to our people. And it's important to the whole environmental system from top to bottom. McGwitch.
Awesome. Thank you, Nat. I appreciate that. And Courtney, do you have anything last comment you would like to share?
Yeah, I think for me, one of the greatest takeaways that I always come back to whenever any of us get together to talk about rice is the fact that it's us coming together to talk about it. And we come from all different places, all over the state, from all different cultural backgrounds. And that's what gives us the vast amount of knowledge that we need to save this rice, to restore this rice, to heal this land. And that's what we're doing with restoration work, is we are healing the land by being a part of the land. And that healing always starts from the inside out. So if we can get people to know and to understand and to connect to that rice within themselves, that can send shockwaves out through their body that helps them with their healing, to reconnect to nature, into their community, and so on, and into other communities and other cultural backgrounds, so that we're all coming together with varieties of knowledge from all over the world that can help to heal and restore the land that we are standing on.
Oh, and I happen to have some wild rice right here. I can pull this off my shelf. I'm trying to grow some rice. It's a great commodity to have. Yeah, so I want to thank each of the panelists today, and again, the Michigan Family Farms Conference hosted by the Michigan Food and Farming Systems. It was my pleasure to sit on this panel with each of these individuals, and I hope to get another opportunity to do that. Again, I'm the director of the Water is Life Festival, and which I'm going to do a short plug, takes place Labor Day weekend. And maybe we'll have some wild rice doings up there, processing or educational things like that. And I guess that's it for now. So I want to thank Roger LaBine, Barb Barton, Nat Spurr, and Courtney Collia for coming today and sharing their wisdom and knowledge. And we hope that people will join us in the restoration efforts and the process of the bills that are going to be presented before the Senate and the state of Michigan. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Bamapi.
McGwitch. Bamapi.
Are we live now? Are we into the Q&A?
Yeah, I think we are, Roger.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and Nate and I are going to be addressing some of the questions that were asked during the presentation. The first one is, how does nutrient pollution come, and the impacts from, even though we want organic sources, impact the growth of wild rice? One of the things is that, when you have high nitrogen, you also have high ammonia, and the same thing with phosphorus. And those actually affect the roots. And actually, wild rice has two root systems. They have a tap root during the floating leaf stage. Then they have a secondary root system in which they do the supportive and to carry up and draw the nutrients from the sediment to make it grow. And so those nitrogen phosphorus actually alter the pH, and ultimately the pH in wild rice water should be between ideally between 6.9 7.1, basically neutral. And so when you start getting some of those other things that alter the pH, it will impact the rice. And so, like, what water conditions and others are most conducive to supporting wild rice? One is fresh water. It likes to be basically like a cold water stream. It likes cooler waters, because as you start getting warmer waters, you actually have a decrease in dissolved oxygen. Cooler waters have higher dissolved oxygen. You also like to have a flow rate, some movement within your water. That actually helps maintain the water temperatures, but it also helps with the turbidity, because one of the other things that wild rice in its development needs a lot of sunlight. And so when you have dissolved solids and turbidity from rain events or whatever, it needs a lot of sunlight. And yes, it does require organic sources, and actually usually 12 inches or more of organic soil. So when you normally go into a rice bed, your rice bed, the sediment actually comes up to you mid-calf or more with organics. But actually, because it grows and thrives in organic compounds in the floating leaf stage, and it just has a tap root, it actually is susceptible to becoming uprooted. I'll say that much at this time. Nate?
Good, Roger. And again, I want to thank all of you for joining in and watching our presentation. I want to thank Michigan Food and Farming System for putting on this whole thing. It's a real honor to present. But my first question is, when folks work to naturalize shorelines, does it ever show up in seedbed that sometimes reemerges? The answer is absolutely yes. Wild rice seeds can remain dormant for years, decades. We've seen it reemerge in many places where we've had restoration efforts going on throughout the state of Michigan. But the best example I can cite at this time was when the 2010 Enbridge oil spill happened, when line 6B fractured in the Kalamazoo River in my tribe's original ceded territory. That was the largest inland oil spill in the history of the United States, 985,000 gallons. The oil continued to pump out for 17 hours. But the Ceresco Dam, which is not far from Marshall, if anybody knows where that is, it's just east of the Battle Creek Kalamazoo area on the Kalamazoo River. That dam had been built in 1840. It was removed in 2014 as a part of the effort to clean up the river. So it'd been there for 174 years. Well, one of the things we noticed was after that dam was removed to speed up the flow of the water to clean up the river, after that dam was removed, we saw wild rice emerge all over that area. And these obviously seeds have been dormant for 174 years or more. And we saw them pop up. This were not part of a restoration effort, because that was all halted in its tracks for 5 years after the 2010 oil spill. But it was pretty amazing to see wild rice emerge that had been dormant for that long. And the reason was that it wasn't exposed to oxygen for that long. So it was able to remain under the soil and then started to grow again after the dam was removed. So we've seen examples like that all over in the state, where all of our tribes have had restoration efforts. I'll move on to the second question. How do you know you are near wild rice beds in restoration areas? Are there visible barriers or signs to help protect the rice seeds, the rice beds from boaters? This is a very tough question for me to answer. Where Roger lives up in the top of the Upper Peninsula, he deals with only lake rice in that area. I'm about 30 miles north of the Indiana border in southern Michigan, about 15 miles south of Battle Creek. I live on the Pine Creek Indian Reservation. So here we have Zizania aquatica, which is the river rice. This does not, although it starts to grow in the spring, we don't see it pop out of the water. It only grows in the water, of course. We don't see it pop out until very late May, early June. So not until after Memorial Day, usually, we don't see any signs of it. Now, when we get to August, when it's in full bloom and getting, approaching the harvest season, it could be 12 to 15 feet out of the water. So there, it's impossible to miss. Well, a lot of people confuse it for being a cattail or being just a weed or a invasive species that's a nuisance. And I think to raise awareness for people to be able to identify wild rice from something else, the best thing I could recommend is just there's lots of videos. Roger's done a few that are on YouTube. We've got pictures. The pictures published all over the internet for both the lake rice, Zizania palustris and palustris interior, and Zizania aquatica, the kind of rice that I work down with in southern Michigan. The best way is just to look at it. If you look at it in a picture, it doesn't look too much different than a cornstalk when you look at it up close. But given the fact that it's only really visible from early June when it's really, really small until late August, mid September at the latest. It's something you really have to get used to visualizing to be able to identify. And that's one thing we've had a difficult time with boaters and other people. I mean, we've had situations even very close to the reservation where people spray our plants with weed killer, Roundup, thinking it's just a weed. So that's the best thing I could recommend to be able to, for people to identify it. And then the fourth question here, what can folks do to raise awareness and support the Manoomin bill efforts? This is something I think it's very important to point out. This is a bipartisan effort. There's nobody who is objecting to this. There's nobody who's openly or publicly opposing this wild rice bill. But we had, for an example, my tribe had an event with the Michigan Farm Bureau president, Carl Bednarski, back in 2018. That event, which was entirely about Manoomin, entirely about wild rice, was Governor Rick Scheider was present at that event. We had politicians on both sides of the aisle. So this is a bipartisan bill that, so far, it was first introduced in 2018. But when when it was presented to the state Senate in January of this year, in April of last year, it was presented to the state House of Representatives. But when it was presented to the state Senate by Senator Adam Collia in 2 months ago in January, 27 state senators out of the total of 38 signed on as co-sponsors. So we haven't gotten it to come to a vote yet in either, but we had 27 people on both sides of the aisle that supported this bill in the state Senate. And I thought that was pretty amazing. We're still working on getting it to a second reading in the state House of Representatives. But I think that's the most important thing that people can do. It's Senate Bill 802 in the state Senate, and it's House Bill 4596 in the House of Representatives. But it's a bipartisan effort that everybody should be in support of. And I'll pass it to Roger.
Then the next question is how do we think climate change will impact wild rice? It's amazing how quickly it seems to have developed some resistance to brown spot. Yeah, one of the things is with the climate change, one of the things is we look at the impact that climate change has is, and one of the biggest things that we have or we experience here on the western end of the Upper Peninsula is the precip events and the severity of them. So, throughout the development stage of wild rice, and as Nat said, is that, you don't really sometimes don't even think you're in a wild rice bed, because in the floating leaf stage, it looks like ribbons on the water. When it starts to become emergent, starts to stand up from the above the water, and when it starts developing its seed heads, and then it's usually gone by September, mid-October. But one of the things is when you do have strong or high stem densities, when they're really in their peaks, that's when you actually have the are exposed to the brown spot, because the wind actually itself doesn't have the ability to dry out those plants with the moisture from, because when it grows in that time of the year, it grows. I mean, the brown spot, and that's one of the things that it actually affects the seed head. When you have a high brown spot or heavy brown spot, it can decimate a wild rice bed. But the other things is the high precip, massive, precip events, where you get large amounts of rain in short periods of time. Not only does that, but depending if it does in the flowering aspect in July, it knocks a lot of pollen off the flowers. The pollination results in ghost hulls, empty hulls. But one of the things is Manoomin actually has kind of a cyclic to him, and so the beds are, it can go from almost looking non-existent to bumper crops in 2 or 3 years later, and then actually go back to very sparse. But that's all because of the nutrients. Wild rice, when you have good stem densities, it takes up a lot of the nutrients out of the sediment, and it takes a while for them to, again, and that's where the wild rice at the inlets and outlets of are really taking up that and reloading, so it can do that. And what is the respectable ways to purchase Manoomin for food? And I guess there's one of the things I don't recall in the presentation, but there is 2 types of rice. There's paddy rice, or rice that is cultivated, grown commercially, or there is rice that is traditionally hand harvested by tribal people and hand processed and done that way. So there are 2 different types of rice to be out there, and but either way, both rices are very spiritual, and it's sacred. One has been altered somewhat, but the only thing that you can do is always just respect it like anything else. Next one is for you, Nat.
Okay, thank you, Roger. What is the Water is Life Festival, and where is it? It takes place on the Saturday of Labor Day weekend each year. I think last year was the 7th year we had it, not counting the year that was canceled, prior to that in 2020, we weren't able to have it because of the COVID pandemic. But it takes place on the Saturday of Labor Day weekend. So this year it'll be September 3rd, that Saturday before Labor Day. And it's basically a celebration of the Great Lakes, all things affected and the importance of water, both to Anishinaabeg or Native people, as well as the rest of our community in the state of Michigan. All of those issues are talked about. We have a panel of discussion that occurs in the afternoon. The morning before that, we typically have a float out right under the bridge, right under the Mackinac Bridge in the Straits of Mackinac. That goes on from like 8 to noon. And there's usually a period for people to eat lunch between 12 to 1. And then from 1 p.m. to about 8 or 9 p.m., we have a panel. They're musicians, they're speakers, they're panel discussions about these issues. Last year, Roger and I both presented on a panel regarding Manoomin, and all other issues from Line 5 to the importance of keeping the Great Lakes pollution free. All of those issues are discussed that day. Sometimes there are a few events that go on the Friday before that, but basically it's all day Saturday and occurs on the Saturday of Labor Day weekend each year. And we'd love to have you join us. It'd be a real honor to have any of you show up and participate.
And one of, I guess, the intent of the Water Life Festival is actually to bring awareness of the Line 5 that runs underneath the bottom of the straits there. And if there is a leak, the impact and what it's going to have on water and to a lot of the things that depend on good pure water. And so the Water Life Festival is to bring awareness to the potential catastrophe that awaits us, and in opposition to Line 5 overall. And so and the impact that it would have on the Great Lakes Basin if there was a leak, as like in the Kalamazoo River. So I think we're out of time, and I think we did all the questions that were asked. If there are any additional questions, you could probably answer those, and either Barb, Nate, Courtney, Jannan, or I can actually probably respond to those. If there's anything else later. But I just want to thank the opportunity to bring awareness of Manoomin or wild rice to the farming community in the state of Michigan. And if you can help us with bringing it back into the state of Michigan, we welcome that.
Thank you both so much. It's just an honor and a pleasure to have hosted, and thank you to Nat, to Jannan and Courtney and Barb as well. This has been really amazing. Thank you. Chimegwech.
It's been an honor. Chimegwech, all of you.
Wonderful. Bamapi.
Greetings, Mabrika. Welcome, Anin. My name is Rhea True, and I'm here and welcoming you on behalf of Michigan Family Farms Conference 2022. Thanks for joining us. This is the Land Back, Land Access, Rights to Stewardship panel discussion. Joining me is Katie Brissett and Jerry Jandro of Dynamite Hill Farms, and Nabish Kanwabakizi, a treaty rights fisherman, the youngest captain of the Great Lakes. Thank you again for joining. And today we're hoping to touch in on a deep subject, land back. What does that mean and how does it play out? What is the status of how things stand today as far as land access, land rights, water rights, and how that is incorporated between a couple of the parties involved, particularly the land succession plans for those farmers who are up in age and looking to transfer their land to other farmers who may not have family members that are interested in carrying on that family legacy. Important to touch in on, and the purpose of this panel discussion is the land back movement. What does that mean? And again, how does that play out? We're looking at strategies that would be incorporated in the process in the state of Michigan region and in the Great Lakes, various ways that are sustainable to see that a more sustainable and positive forward motion as far as stewardship to the land and the water in the region. During this segment, again, we're going to discuss what land back and land access means, particularly in the Indigenous population. Land back refers to the land that was taken. And for the other members that are looking to steward in the Black and African American farmer group, we're calling this land access in regard to the fact that we honor that this land was originally stolen from Indigenous peoples. So right now we're going to take a moment and introduce the panelists. So we'll start. I see, Katie, you have joined us on your iPhone. So if you would like to start by introducing yourself and let the people know your relationship to land stewardship.
Bonjour, Gina, Gakina. Mangin Dote, Miss Kobe Konga Dunjiba. Makunza Banyan Baba, Banan Shnabi, and Kaza Banintas, the Gunika and the Shnakas. When Jabayan, Miss all Asianisidal Toman on Shnabi and Nadrazirin, Migo Asianisidal Toman or Gay Baba Ayam Command Shnabi Kink. So my name is Katie Brissett. I'm a member of the Red Cliff Band of the Experior Anishinaabe and Maldoon clan member from my community. I live here in the Kiona Bay with my partner, Jerry Jandro. And I guess a part of all of those introductions and the way I tend to introduce myself, the way I was taught, is because all of the things that come from this land, from my people, from the people who have raised me, from all of those determine my relationship with this space. And so being a member of the Red Cliff Band, I was born and raised on Lake Superior. A Loon Clan member, I'm someone who was raised by another individual who learned how to use my words and use those in a powerful way. And the understanding of who I am as an Anishinaabe, Kwe, as an Ojibwe woman, comes from my upbringing where I was very fortunate to have been raised amongst not only my own community members, but people all across Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Canada, and so that's what I was explaining. And my introduction is that who I am comes from this place. I'm very fortunate. My feet walk in the places that my ancestors were raised. The words that I use as an Anishinaabe woman are the words of this place as well. And all of that sets the foundation for how I understand myself here. So I can continue, but I should give space for other people too. So I'll mute and go. I'm working right now, speaking of being a farmer and being in that farm place, I'm in the middle of getting all of our stuff ready for sugar season. We're in the middle of our sugaring operations out here right now. So I'll be on mute and listening until I get called upon.
All right. Thank you so much for the beautiful introduction to yourself and the language. It just feels so good to hear it spoken and to get to experience it more. So thank you. Hahom. Jerry, would you like to introduce yourself and express to the people your relationship to land stewardship?
Yeah, sure. So Buju Gakina Gidga Baju Indigenous Jijak and Dudam. We Kwadong and Dojuban, Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, and Indian Dao. So my name is Jerry Jandro. I'm from the Keweenaw Indian community, or the Lance Bay Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, aka Ojibwe, also known as Wequedonk in our language. The bay, the place by the lake. I come from the Crane clan, and yeah, Katie and I are partners, and we work together here to remember our place in the land, and we're doing that by way of producing food again, and more traditional foods in a manner that we feel is regenerative, restorative, and in our perspective is culturally appropriate. At Dynamite Hill Farms here, we've been going like full time since 2019. My past has been involved with my tribe's natural resources department for, I think it's been about probably close to 15 years now. After that, I moved on and pursued a degree in forestry, because our reservation is the largest forested reservation in the state of Michigan. And we have yet to have our own people actually manage the land. I don't like the term manage, but that's what people understand. It's been managed by the BIA since the Indian Reorganization Act. And so I was encouraged to go back to school to get a degree in forestry and start the tribal forestry program here on our reservation, to actually have an opportunity to let our culture sort of inform the decisions that we make upon our land for the 7 generations, and to recognize the inherent sovereignty and agency of our relatives that also exist here in this landscape, and to not treat the land like a grocery store necessarily, or like a shopping store, but as other beings that exist in this space with us. And I always sort of fall back. I always sort of fall back on some old stories, and I see Roger's on here. Roger tells a story often about this original treaty, and sort of our place in that as Anishinaabe people, as the ones who rely upon everything else that's here. And our responsibility is is to help care for everything that's around us, so that they can continue to take care of us as people. And that really shifts the paradigm when you think about what management is. It's not that human beings are the pinnacle or the apex of existence. And as a matter of fact, we're sort of at the bottom of everything, and we rely upon everything that's around us. And in order to live that good life, that minnow bama de ziwin, we have to recognize that where our place is, and really what our responsibilities are to this land. And so we're actively trying to do that with our farm. I don't even really think we're necessarily a farm, but that's, again, the term that everyone sort of understands. And we have a business, but it's not necessarily in the sense of what everyone thinks of a business today. We do participate in capitalism to an extent, because we have a mortgage here and we have to pay our bills. But we do this for our community, for our people, for these trees, to share these foods again, to make these foods more common and more accessible, the knowledge and how to do these things more accessible to our people and our community, and to share those gifts with everyone that's interested in participating alongside us. I don't think that we're experts in anything, really. We're learning, just like everybody is. And I know that at times, as people like start getting back into their culture, start reclaiming their identity, that sometimes we feel bad for that, like we're not good enough. But in reality, we're all sort of on this journey of learning our entire time here. So we try to make this place as open as possible to those that are willing to walk that path with us, and to share with us and learn from us. So it's that's in balance too. So we mainly focus on maple products. We're really focusing on maple sugar, but we do bottle syrup. We also make a maple vinegar. We also exercise our rights in the surrounding ceded territory, and we harvest from the land. One example is wild leeks. We're very gentle in that process and very selective in how we harvest. The places that we harvest from, if another person came up behind us, it'd be hard to tell that we were even there. So being gentle in the landscape, and then also ricing season, the Manoomin season. I go over to Minnesota and I spend about a month or a month and a half, depending on the season, living out there and harvesting, knocking rice and processing rice, and then I bring that back to our community here. And in between all of that, we're raising a family. We homeschool some of our kids, and we have a lot of conversations. We talk about a lot of these things, and then we also like to show a lot of these things and take people out into these spaces and tell these stories, because that's really where they come alive. So yeah, we do a lot of things here with what we're working on, but mainly it's trying to rebuild that relationship between our people and the land again. So I'll leave it there, Miigwech.
That's so beautiful. You guys do a really great job. And I know that in the times that I've met you, I've really enjoyed your presence and the way that you shine it out and are representing it everywhere. For this.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting some connection issues. Can y'all hear me? Okay, cool. Ani Bushu, Nabish, Gimabikiz, Indigenous, it's my name. Nina Michelle Mistodem is Ajijak, which is Crane Clan. And then Nina Nokomis is Dodem is Nashika. So I'm Turtle Clan too. Yeah. I'm from Beaver Island. My family's been in commercial fishing for forever, really. Actually, some nets have been carbon dated from our islands to be over 7,000 years old. And so, yeah, my family's been in commercial fishing forever. My grandparents have fought for it in the Ottawa Association, which was like pre-federal recognition for tribes. And so that's where a lot of people, Anishinaabeg people, fought for our treaty fishing rights before we even had like official tribal recognized rights. So people would shoot at Native people. My family's been shot at a lot, and there's even more recent stories about treaty fishing people getting shot at. My nets have been messed with. I have 2 commercial fishing tugs from the 1940s. So just to kind of correct what Rhea said earlier, you know, I don't know if I'm the youngest commercial fishing captain in the Great Lakes, but commercial fishing like tug, 25-ton tug operator. So I have 2 1940s tugs that I'm restoring. One is the Ruby Ann, which my uncle owned and fished for a long time. And then I also bought the Wabamong, which I bought from another guy who's retiring. And my life's work has kind of been in the commercial fishing world. Grew up around boats and tugs and different vessels that operate different net styles. And I've gone to school for welding and heavy equipment engineering so that I can fix all the tugs and different vessels that all the other fishing families need work done on. So right now, most people, the work is so expensive, most people haven't been able to afford getting the work done. So I need it too. So I went to school for that, and I'm continuing my education because I want to eventually get a law degree and work towards our fishing rights. There's documented, like historically, all sorts of different fishing styles and easier fishing styles, so people wouldn't need vessels and the costs of maintaining vessels. There's traditional styles called seine nets and all sorts of different things where like even an elder and a grandchild could work from the shore in a small boat, and feed themselves or the community. Yeah, I've kind of been working in the commercial fishing world as a means of kind of land back and boosting the economy for Anishinaabe people and practicing our treaty rights that our ancestors fought and died for, and my family has risked their lives for. And it's the second most dangerous job in the world by fatality rates. I've lost 4 family members, and I've experienced that. So I'd really like to help in the engineering mechanical side and maintaining and teaching people how to maintain their vessels so that we can keep that going as an economic means for ourselves, which is highly regulated. So we are actually the first defense against overpopulation of invasive species, and all our fishing rates are highly regulated so that there's no overfishing. That's why it's been overturned to treaty rights fishermen. But that's kind of my story on all this. Miigwech.
Nice. Home for sharing, and for your efforts to keep it going, and thanks for the correction too, just in case. So I'll take a moment and share a little bit about myself as well. Again, my name is Rhea True, and I am of the Taíno Nation, so Taína Daka. The region is the Caribbean that Taíno people are from. And at the time that Columbus came to this part of the world, he and the ships landed in Quisqueya, which is the original name in the indigenous language of the island that is shared by the Dominican Republic and Haiti. It's my understanding that, so many people, everyone knows about Columbus, but if you ask them the name of the indigenous peoples that were first interacted with, many do not know the name of the Taíno people. So this is an important piece to me, and a thought came to my mind that it feels like an honor to have been asked to host the panel with this subject, being that this colonization came by way of Columbus and through the gatekeepers of the Taíno people. So as being a descendant of those ancestors, may this conversation and these efforts be forwarded, that the healing may continue and indeed reach these lands and the Caribbean as well. So I've been asked to host and to moderate this panel with the ask to share a little bit of my story. And in moving around the United States, I was born overseas, grew up in San Diego, was involved in my first garden in Texas, then bounced around the country a little bit and landed here in Michigan in 2005. I started a small garden and had just bought seeds from the grocery store, learned about the Terminator seeds that winter when I had tried saving the seeds. And in the spring, I met a couple ladies who had been running the West Michigan Seed Exchange. The core person that hosted the Seed Exchange traveled around the world a lot and eventually passed that project on to me to host, to keep it in this area. So the heirloom seeds has been such a rejuvenating piece to my life. And it's been interesting to see the correlation to my history and heritage in that my family, I come from the De La Cruz, which was obviously a Spanish assignment of a name when the Spaniards came to the islands. But the De La Cruz family were so integral to the region and owned thousands upon thousands of acres, or had thousands upon thousands of acres, that they had planted coffee and tobacco and many other types of produce and stewarded that. And an oil company found oil under the coffee land in the early 60s and seized it, and also killed off a large portion of the family when they tried to take up arms. So the land back, I've had a lot of different people ask these questions. What does it look like? So we're going to go ahead and move into that. And this question I'd like to pose to everyone on the panel: what is land back, and what does it look like to you? How does it play out? Do you want to continue in the same order as we started and continue?
Katie's gonna pass right now. We've been working like crazy. It's sugar season, and there's so much work to do. I don't think either one of us have eaten yet today, so it's crazy. It's crazy right now. No, but it's to be expected. It's kind of the way we operate anyways. There's a lot going on. I guess I can try to address that question. I know it's a big question. I don't think it's something that I've fully wrapped my head around yet either. But I think a way, I think maybe there's 2 points I can try and make. Number one, I think it's addressing this misconception that as tribal people, one of the things that we have and we have access to is land. And that's not necessarily true. I know Mbish had mentioned that, we're highly regulated, and that's true on the water and on the land, where I believe we're the most regulated people in this country. And while we may have reservations, depending on which reservation you're on, I mean, some of those reservations are really, really small. And like I had mentioned, we have the largest forested reservation, I think the largest reservation in the state of Michigan. And even we have issues with access to land. I mean, our own people police ourselves too, along with the BIA, the federal government in general, facing violence and racism. There was a friend of mine over in Wisconsin that I believe it was last spearing season. He was shot at. And so those are real issues that we face every season, every year. And so the lack of access to land is a big issue for our people. A lot of our folks don't own land within our reservations. There's a lot of people that live within like housing projects, for example. And a lot of the other reservation land has been taken out of tribal ownership through multiple different channels, a lot of them not very nice, I guess is a way to put it. And so even though, we have constitutionally protected rights to the land, there are so many hurdles that are put in front of our people that it's difficult to exercise those rights. And so I just wanted to make that statement, because people may be thinking that, as tribal people, we have access to all kinds of land, and that's just not the case. I think, maybe another point to make about land back is any way you look at this movement, if the land is not going back to tribes and to tribal ownership, it's the continued process of the colonial system removing us from the lands. And I mean that in the best possible way, not to discourage any other group of people in this country from trying to pursue that. But, in the state of Michigan, where we are today, the entire state was ceded to the United States government via treaties, the entire state. And so when there's opportunities for land to return back to tribal ownership or just being returned in any sort of way, I think the first people that should have rights to those lands, in my opinion, is Indigenous people. And it's not to say that, we wouldn't be willing to work with the other BIPOC communities and how to utilize that land. But I think looking at history and the way things have happened, I think it's important that the tribes have the first shot at land being returned. I think if you look at the history of this state, if anyone has looked at land alteration since colonization, the diversion of water systems, the draining of wetlands, and the damage that's been done to this place, and then you continue that on to the urbanization of some of these spaces. Then you look at resource extraction, and you look at mining, for example, in my community, where we were hot in the middle of the copper rush back in the late 1800s, and following that, and also at the same time, it was the timber barons that were coming through and clear cutting all of our forests. And through those extractive economies, they've left a lot of disaster in their wake, and not only on the landscape, but also in our lakes as well. There's a lot of claim to Lake Superior being the cleanest water in the world and stuff like that, and that's really not true. My community, I know, firsthand that the fish that's out there is recently there was a notice that went out as like an advisory of consuming smelt because of what is the PFAS that's in the water right now. And so even when my partner Katie was pregnant with with any of our children, really, she can't eat those fish from the water because of those issues. And as people that are of this place, and people that have permanency based on the reservation system, I think it's really time for that authority and that responsibility to return back to the tribes. We've been taking care of this place for a very, very long time, and it was an incredible place. And in a short span of time, we're dealing with water crises. We're dealing with pollution. We're dealing with Superfund sites now. I mean, the stories of, there was rivers on fire downstate, and so I think, and this may be a controversial statement, but I don't think that the state is capable of taking care of this place, to be honest. And now as we start thinking about these issues like climate change, right, and droughts, and crazy timing within the seasonality of things, I think it's time for our people to reclaim that authority again, to reclaim that, I don't even know if authority is the right word, but reclaim that responsibility again to take care of this place. And in doing so, and all the work that all these tribes do in the state of Michigan, it really is about restoration and trying to take care of this place. And in doing that, it's not just a benefit to the tribal community, it's also a benefit to the non-tribal people.
To everyone.
It's to everybody. And so I think when we're dealing with a crisis like this on this scale, on a global scale, to when there's land that's available to be returned, I think the tribe should have the first access to that space, so that we can take care of it again, for future generations, because we're here for the long term. Our outlook is 7 generations plus, and those decisions that we make today, we know that they're going to have impacts, on our children and grandchildren. And it's not just about how much that we can gain right now, how much money we can gain in this boom and bust sort of economy that's laid waste to a lot of areas in the state. We're in it for the long haul. And I think that for a lot of tribal people, I obviously don't speak for all tribal people, not in any way, shape, or form, but I think a lot of our people are willing to work with people that have a similar sort of mentality, of taking care of this place. And so that's kind of where I stand a little bit with land back, is if there's anything that's up for a return, I think first and foremost, it should be an option for the tribe, so that we can start reclaiming some of the space again and those responsibilities to care for it.
I definitely hear you. And I think that makes sense, and to refer to the Indigenous population for the wisdom as to how to best care for the lands is important also in moving forward. And Nabish, to go to you, to the, what is land back? How does it look to you? How would it play out?
Well, I'd like to, as you mentioned earlier, about the treaties, right? Michigan was a huge, Michigan was a huge, like a critical infrastructural spot for the competing colonies or whatever, so this is a really big piece of land, because it was how people could get resources to the middle of the country from directly from where, like, Europe area and stuff. So my great grandpa signed the 1836 and 50s treaty, after fighting in the war, and the US was just trying to kill everyone. That's not that far removed from my family. And then my grandpa, and grandma, they went through the boarding schools, taken from their homes when they were kids and abused. And then my grandpa, was the Beaver Island families. We were, people would come to where we are and have ceremony, from all over the country, and all the nations. We have a stone circle that's like a quarter mile wide. It's two circles that one charts the sun through the year and one charts the moon through the year. And people would, it was a special spot. And so we fought for our rights to live there, instead of just being killed off, and so the land that was left over to us, to my grandpa, my dad's dad, which for a lot of people, they're still alive, even people in their hundreds, or in their 90s, so we owned, or he owned, the entire east side still of Beaver Island. And if you get into legal histories, especially Native legal histories, and books and accounts of that, there's preemption, which is where supposedly it's kind of like squatters' rights, and there'd be all this native land for sale, and it would be advertised as no natives here still, and people would be allowed to just take large chunks of lands without ever having seen the land. So even after the treaties, it was just blatantly stolen. And with my grandfather's land, which is literally like multi-millions of dollars worth of real estate today. Like the one family from the island I'm from, their father, the older man that's alive there today, their father forged my grandfather's signature in signing over all of that land for nothing. And that was a pretty common thing all through the early 1900s, late 1800s, and mid 1900s. So, and the government was planning on just getting rid of us however they could. We only got our language rights in the 90s. So my father lived his whole life with the language being federally illegal, and the majority of his life with it being federally illegal. So, land back to me would be a just court case in which the entire east side of the island, which my grandfather's name was falsified, would be, reallocated to us in some way, or payments could be remade to our entire family for what all of that real estate's worth. And that's not including all of our resources that have been scraped from the ground, and all the water that's been poisoned, and all the lands that have been poisoned, So land back, it's a really complicated subject. And for my family alone, it's just another piece of many of the stories that are well documented in the legal world and Michigan legal histories and books within like the native legal histories. So land back would be, just for starters, just the real estate worth, because I've had to live as a homeless student to get my degrees and my education. We have nothing. My father and family went through the boarding schools, so they were all abused and traumatized, and so I've had to work so much more harder just to have any look of normalcy for my people's future, my kids' future. When I have to watch on social media the kids of these families just like parade around and goof off with their lives and drink and drug and just kind of do goofy things that aren't contributing to like the world or people or BIPOC or Indigenous people. It's just blatant waste of our land and resources in our faces still today. So land back to me would just be a start of a just case, a publicized, documented, reviewable case in which just the real estate worth of what was stolen from my grandfather is worth. Because my family suffered, and we watch these people today still sell all of our lands, and resell it to each other, and just are well off. So land back is complicated, but even if we have to operate in a system that's here today, land back, for starters, definitely looks like cases, redistribution of wealth and resources and real estate. Stolen real estate.
Nice.
Documented, well documented, So thank
you for going deeper, for going deeper on that, because it is complicated. It is a big question. But it needs to be asked, and the process definitely, we've been hearing that it has begun in some areas of the country where some lands have been allocated back. Now, the number one piece that I've been hearing about is the land transfer of farmers, so land access in succession planning and land transfer of farmers who, again, don't have family members that want to continue on the family farm, and in the hopes that this process can be embedded in the Indigenous population for the region, and then from there allocated to other partners who are willing to be at the table, looking at various ways and means of sustainable agriculture, equitable agriculture. And it's an interesting thing too, because in the Indigenous population, ownership wasn't the design. It was more about the relationship with the land and each other. So that's where we're leaning more into the stewardship word more so than farming, because of these designations and where the status currently stands in legalities, and again, these terms and how that plays out. My original hope for this panel, again, I was just asked to moderate and host this panel. And in the process of trying to put it together, it brought up a lot of big questions for me, because personally, my family's land in the Dominican Republic, that was also just taken and people were killed over it. The family, much of the family, is in denial still. Just all of the disarray that it caused have left ripples that, I'm a generation that was born that I didn't even know about my Indigenous roots until much later in my life. So I've been learning while my indigeneity has still come up through my DNA, and I've felt inclined to learn how to clean a fish and how to grow my food and be more responsible in my relationship with food and water and the land. So it's interesting to me to see how we will navigate forward. So I say all this because I feel like I'm a good representative of what has been taken and the feeling of disarray, and my passion for the land and for perpetuating healthy seed for myself and future generations. And at the same time, there is a where do I go from here question. So I was initially hoping that our panel would have some lawyers and some people that could speak to what is the process. And I know, Katie, you had spoken of someone that you know who actually has the form that we can refer further questions to and follow up on the process of how to actually adapt some land transfer processes for those who are looking to either transfer land and have, see to it that it is continued to be farmed. One of the fruits that have come out of this panel discussion is the hopes to be a bridge between the communities, the Indigenous communities, the BIPOC community, and some of these farmers that may not be part of the BIPOC community that have lands that they're willing to relinquish, and they want to see that food is grown. So it's so important, and the fact that that piece is there, is present, is so beautiful to me, that it doesn't need to be a battleless situation. It can be a transfer out of honor that the Indigenous people know what to do and do have in mind the benefit of the whole. So, Katie, I know you and Jerry and like 18 others worked on the document of the forest adaptation resources. And I was wondering if there are any points that from your work together, are there any simple adaptable practices that the general listener might be able to begin activating? And just for an example, the compost pile was one that I was really chanting for a minute for some years, and then now I hear other people chanting compost, compost, compost. So it spreads. So anything that your findings as a resource group to pass on to the general listener?
Yeah, so to go back a little bit to the previous question, I sometimes think of things a bit differently than most people do. And so I'll kind of blend that thoughts that I was having into what you're talking about right now. As I was listening to the other two speak, I was remembering some of the first conversations that I heard as a young person, as a little girl, traveling around Oman Shnabeoking and understanding, learning how to understand myself here in these places, was the conversations that my father used to have. And there was a saying he used to kind of articulate. He was doing a lot of this work fighting during the treaty rights era, and he's one of those OG environmentalists who was learning and living during times that when the rivers were on fire, right? When before there were things like EPA and regulations and things that we are all benefiting from at this point in time, at the very least, you know, the talk of policy, if not the follow through. And so one of the things he would make a statement, especially during that treaty rights era, he would always say, like, do you all understand that we're fighting over poisoned fish, right? Like, do you understand that we're in a time that we're being pitted against each other for a purpose, for a reason. And it is to distract us and to keep us from truly making some of these bigger steps that are necessary. And I was reminded of that listening previously and understanding that the reason why I was called to language and culture, I myself, my background is in education and working with our young people, and then the evolution of that into being called and reminded to work home, to raise my children, and to raise myself, and to be a partner and a person of place, came from that call from language and culture. The language itself will tell you, it will explain to you what is necessary and what you need to do. Our stories, I heard Nabishan, what he had said about, you know, we've got carbon dated nets here from 7,000 years ago. And you can't necessarily carbon date our words, but those stories go back to time immemorial. And the stories and the conversations, Jerry and I were just speaking on this when we were talking about, you know, the climate reports that are coming out and the direness of our time right now. We did this already. We have the stories that talk about what happened to the people, what happened to those who don't listen and don't hear. And when people talk about land back, we're still centralizing ourselves as people, right? Like, we're still saying that I, as a human, have the right to demand this land for myself. And it troubles me, that conversation sometimes troubles me, because when I think of language and I think of our culture, I'm just articulating to you all with the words that I've been blessed to be a part of. But that language is a translation from here, from this place, from the rocks that tell us the stories, from the trees that have told us what to do, from the languages that have been perpetuated through the water and the beings who all came before us. Jerry always makes mention of, like, you know, the teachers are still here, like the people who have taught us as to how to be in this place, they still exist. The only people who aren't present are us. We are the ones who don't listen. We're not there. We don't belong. We don't feel that we belong in that classroom any longer. And the one thing about being an Anishinaabe and an Ojibwe woman is, at the very least, when I speak, when I have a voice and I have a language that tells the story of what to do, of where to be, of how to think in a way that more closely reflects what happens right here. And so I struggle sometimes with this idea of like, what does land back mean? Because we can talk about like, okay, well, give me some land, right? Like, let's Jerry and I have more land and have more access to land, because if we have more access, then we can do the work that we need to do. Truth. Give the land back to my children or my community. I mean, I come from a place where, I mean, we got 14 miles of like total of how much we get to have access to land. I leave Red Cliff to access what I need to, and as a ceded territory, as a participant in the ceded territory, I have to leave my home, and that's why I know how to travel. And Jerry makes a point, like as Anishinaabe people, like we're bound to our reservations. I don't get to be Ojibwe. If whatever happens comes here, I can get a permit from the Keona Bay community, leaving Red Cliff. But if I need to go when the maple trees decide to leave, because they're not going to stay here in this region, I don't get to be Ojibwe when I leave here. According to the Canadian government or any other person who like will politic and decide that for me. And so as we're talking about like tools, what are tools that we can do? What are something simple? What is it that I could do to at least participate in what's happening around here? And that the first tool, and we talk about the tribal adaptation menu. I can put the link to it here in the chat as soon as I'm done speaking. But the first tool that we list in one of our first strategies that we talk about, and then the opening to the conversation is, you have the tools around you if you look to the people who are here. And that's what, when you think about what land back means, it means listening to the folks who have held on for dear life, to continue and perpetuate the stories and the conversations, the lessons and the teachings that come from this space specifically. And so when we implemented the tribal adaptation menu, and the menu itself takes a long time to describe and to participate in. It's a beautiful tool that was developed by quite a few of us and continues to live and breathe as a document to help people understand, like, how can I, as a person not from a tribal community, better work alongside a community when facing something like climate change and adaptation. What could I do in that time, in that space? There are lots of specific strategies in there, like, well, you could think about your infrastructure and how could you consider like making sure that the trout have flowage space so that they have spawning when implementing a new road, right? There are very specific and concrete examples of things that help you understand that maybe when I'm considering the impacts on fish, maybe I need to consider my overstory in the spawning rivers so that the rivers stay cool enough so that those fish have the ability to stay alive in some of their most vulnerable times. We have provided specific strategies such as that, but the first 4 of those strategies encourage, support, and really expect people to go to their local tribes. So if you live in the ceded territory, you live near a tribe. You live near people who have, if you live here in Michigan, you live near a tribe, and you live near people who have, not only have they done the work for thousands of years to learn and understand this place, even through assimilation and even through our governing policies, even through the few tools that are working at this time. I mean, we have natural resources department that have been dealing with climate change and working and looking at these changes for decades now. When the first scientists called to alarm what is going to happen in this place, our people were some of the first people who answered. And so one of the things that folks do not feel comfortable with or don't understand or don't know is to you need to start developing it and building those relationships. You need to start understanding that those relationships have already been built, and you don't need to recreate the wheel. There are things that are being implemented right near where you are, right where you've been hoping and dreaming and maybe waking up to hearing and understanding, that have been going on for decades, centuries, millennium. So how do you participate in those relationships that already exist? And taking it upon yourself to be a bit humble and step into a place that you're not going to understand and you won't necessarily be able to translate, but understanding that maybe there are people there who have been doing this work for such a long time. That is always our first step. We actually don't even start working with people who want to use the menu until a tribal community or partnership has already been developed, and the tribe says, this is what I would like in order to help support what we're doing, because this is not new. The only people who are new to this conversation are the folks who are waking up right now. I mean, these are conversations that have been going on. We have a prophecy that talked about, I mean, that we moved to this region because we knew this was going to happen. And so pretending that this is a new conversation, that this is something that we have to deal with now that we're in crisis mode, that's just because it's only just happening for you in your sphere now. This is something that we've been doing for a long, long time. And all the words that you're hearing from us, all the things that we're saying right now, I heard Nabish talk about his ancestors, his grandparents, his fathers, you know, all the people who've influenced him. Jerry and I talk about it all the time. We only are just using our voices now because we have had the opportunity to be told before. And so I think that's kind of maybe where I was going with everything. If you have any additional questions or anything, just let me know, but that's your first tool. I say would start there.
Nice. I love that you said how to understand myself here, because we have a lot of different frames of reference of ourselves, especially in relation to the environment we grow up in, and to come to that inner and center point of self in relation to our own spirit and being is such a special thing. And also to have that grounded center point and then relating to the environment around us and everyone else is also so important and beautiful. So thank you so much for everything you've shared on this. And I know I touched on it, but I kind of lumped a couple questions in when I asked you yours. But you had mentioned that there was a woman that has the form in regard to land transfer. And so I just wanted to make mention that if there are any questions in relation to that, and if any listeners out there know of farmers that are looking to have their land governed and farmed, and they don't know how to access resources of farmers, please do reach out. You can make a comment in the chat below the video, and this video will continue to be posted on the MIFS website. So this can be accessed, and we will follow up in the future. Jerry, I'd like to turn the question to you. And this is a big one, so do with it what you feel, because there are a lot of pieces to all that exists. And if you would just share with the listeners about the situation you expressed in the original interview about the land that is deeded to your family, that your property sits next to, that you don't have access to. So what is the discrepancy that keeps you from occupying the land that is deeded to your family?
Yeah, so that's getting into basically what describes a checkered board reservation, where you have a lot of different ownership types within the reservation itself. And so it's not, like some commune where it's a free for all and everyone's holding hands and skipping through the woods. There are all kinds of hurdles put in place, as I mentioned before. When our tribe signed the Treaty of 1842, sometimes called the Copper Treaty, that essentially opened up access. I guess the interpretation of those treaties is still another contentious point too. But essentially that opened up the copper industry and the timber industry, which also led to the Treaty of 1854 that established the permanent reservation boundaries that we still know today. There's also issues with that. I mean, how they allocated that land and determined the boundaries. And we had bands of people that were all over the place, right? We weren't just like some central community. We had bands of people all around here. And when they created those reservations, they basically lumped us all into like a prisoner of war camp. What's interesting about that Treaty of 1854, though, is they actually allotted all the land within the reservation boundaries to families, and anything that was deemed excess according to their standards was taken. And so now you have a large block of land that was privatized, essentially, where tribes owned the title to whatever land they were allotted. That really opened up a lot of theft that took place during that time. A lot of bad loans that were given out, and to people that really didn't have anything. And when they would give out those bad loans, the way that people would get their payment was to essentially just take the land. And so still to this day, I'm not a fan of loans. And even in agriculture and, the Michigan Farming Conference and stuff like that, there's all kinds of ag loans that are out there right now. But I'm here to tell you right now that I'm not going to participate in that, because I know what happened the last time. That was the thing, right? Like when you give these loans to people, and if we can't, we're broke. That's another thing that you should understand. And we don't have generational wealth. We don't have a trust fund. And so everything that we have, we've really had to work for, and it can be taken away too. Like we know that as well. So I know I'm kind of going off topic here, but I'll get back to it, I swear.
No, you're on point, because it is the realities that exist of our day to day, that these are the effects of what has happened. And it is a daily process. You don't get a break. I don't get a break from the history. I don't have parents to fall back on, to call up when my car stops running. I don't have, all of these things that are normalcy for a lot of other people. And that's partly where this conversation is important, because we're looking at what are the realities of where things stand. In order for us to get to healing, we need to go back to the source in order to get to the root cause, and go from there. And so it's not a comfortable, this is not a like, yay, this is how we go about it, this is how it goes discussion. We're really just at this cracking it open, and we do need to look at the issues that stand, because even with the indigenous tribes, what about the people like myself who have no card? The federal government just revoked the acknowledging Taino people as a nation at all, when just some people just got their card. How do we get past these legalities that are really just standing in our way, and standing in the way of the progress that would bring ease to everyone, because everyone needs to eat.
Yeah, and I think there's so many things that I want to talk about that I don't know if there's going to be enough time to do it, but all these things are interconnected. And one thing to say about, like, you know, the legality of these things, right? And how do we get these things back? Well, I'm not even a fan of adjudicating these issues in the oppressor's court system, right? Like, I don't think that's fair either. There should be a third party, right, that looks at these things, and not necessarily the United States court system. And, you know, my family, we also come from some legal battle backgrounds related to the John Doe decision, which was the first treaty rights victory, to my knowledge, in the country. But it was fought in the state courts, and it should have never been fought in the state courts. But so the ramifications weren't as wide as they could have been, but it did set a precedent for a lot of these other court cases that came after that, that ended up in favor of the tribes. But going back to the whole loan thing, right? And if we're talking about land back, and what protections are we going to have in place for those people that may actually benefit from some of these programs where this land is returned to the tribes, or returned to the BIPOC community? What sort of safeguards are we going to have in place for those people that may have never had that, the luxury of owning land, right? And taxes and maintaining that, and the ins and outs of that whole system. Because I'm worried that, you know, if this program, you know, starts rolling out, and this land starts going back to BIPOC communities, how fast are they going to take that land away from them as well by bad loans, right? These things that have happened in the past, or defaulting on your taxes or something along those lines, right? So what other safeguards can be a part of this conversation if this is going to be a real thing? Getting back to land ownership in this allotment situation here on my reservation. So this land that we actually own, so I actually bought this from my aunt, who had bought it from a non-tribal person who I think a couple ownership before that, you know, had acquired it from tribal people in the past. And so this land, we own 30 acres within the reservation, which is rare. Like, people should understand that, like, tribal people actually owning land within the reservation is rare. But right behind my property, there's a allotted land. So it's tribal land with an allotment status. And that land was actually allotted to my relative back in 1854. And so myself and my family now are considered heirs to that allotment. But what's happened since that land was allotted is that as the subsequent generations in ownership continues, they just basically fractionated that land throughout the families. And so now I can't recall exactly how many allottees are on that land, but it's somewhere between 150 and 200 people. And the tribe itself actually owns an interest in that land. There was a land buyback program. I want to say maybe back in the 90s or early 2000s, where tribes were actually buying this fractionated interest from tribal members to sort of consolidate the ownership to just the tribe itself. But the fact that my family today is an heir to that land, and it's literally in my backyard, like my property line ends and then this allotment begins that, you know, my family is heir to. I can't just go back there and utilize the land. Again, you know, we're the most policed people in this country, because not only do we get it from the states and the counties and the federal jurisdictions, but we also get it from our own people, our own councils, and our own law enforcement and conservation officers, and you name it,
who are also in fear of having their powers revoked if they're not enforcing things in a certain way. So it is extra. It's a double up on that enforcement.
Over the oversight. Yeah, it's crazy. And so now, you know, I've been pushing for this, as I mentioned earlier in my introduction, like as a tribal forester, like I was really pushing for making it easier for our people to access land. And the BIA still has a lot of jurisdiction over what's considered trust land. And they didn't even have a permit that was available for tribal people to, let's say, sugar, right, on those lands. So that's, as I mentioned before, that's another one of our large, like, big food sources. But the BIA had never actually gone through the process of understanding us as a people and our culture to permit something like that. And so we had to create that here within our community. And the BIA at the time did not even want me going back there, because the person who was in charge at that time had said that when we tapped those trees, that we're actually devaluing the first log. And so their relationship with this land has always been about extraction from, like, a timber perspective. And not to say that I'm not extracting things. I mean, we're extracting sap, but this is something that's renewable. This is something that can be done every single year. You cut that tree now, you push it back, you know, that cultural opportunity another 75 years out. And so we've had to, like, really forge our way to create that space for our people to do these things again. And I don't think the general public understands that. I mean, the amount of fights that we have to go through on a regular basis just to exist is crazy. And then the fact that so I can sugar those trees back there now. Finally, I think this is the second year, maybe the third year that we've been able to get a permit to go sugar those trees, but it's completely political. So the council itself has to approve that permit every single year. And every single year we have elections within our council, and, you know, new faces come in, new ideas, new priorities come in. And if all of a sudden allowing these permits to exist are no longer a priority within my community, well, then there goes my access. Right. So how much can I even invest in our little business that we have here? Can I go out and buy a large evaporator so that I can handle more sap? Well, if I do that and I make that investment and then they pull that permit from me, I'm screwed yet again. And if I bought that evaporator by way of loan, I'm doubly screwed.
Very screwed.
Right.
Yep.
So these are risks and things that your average sugar producer in the country, in the United States, and I would even say Canada, like, they don't even have to really worry about that. Not to say that that's not a struggle for other people, but there are other externalities that are out there that make these things, this return back to the land, this return back to these foods and this production and these responsibilities, that much more challenging and difficult. And so I'm always encouraged when I see people that are doing it, right? Like our fishermen or our fisherwomen that are still doing these things, the few people that are still sugaring in my community, and that's slowly, you know, more and more every single year. But we're nowhere near the capacity that we have been historically. And I really hope that one day we can see that again. We can realize that again, that we have our people on the land and on the water again, and participating in this again and taking care of this place. So I think I answered your question.
I think you did too. And thank you. So may this be an official call for grace among the people who have the generational wealth and the generational haves, that, may you take some time to realize that the benefit that you've lived from having what was taken has continued to cost the people who it has been taken from. And so, for those who are in a position that are looking to have their land continue to be farmed and food to be produced on it, this is an official call to reach out to the local Indigenous tribes. And if you need a facilitator, feel free to reach out put a comment in the comment box below, and we will follow up to facilitate, to see to it that you can be in touch with your local regional Indigenous tribe and get the lands working again for everyone, because everyone needs to eat. So now, Nabish, I want to turn the question to you. Obviously, the ancient practice of feeding people ties into land back, and so your presence in that is super important. What would you say is the greatest need for your industry of treaty rights fishing, and or, so however you want to answer this question, for sustainable land transfer to be successful?
Could I just hear it again? So just to repeat back, it's
Sure.
how land access has to do with commercial fishing or in treaty rights fishing and
Right. I guess I'm pitching two questions to you, so whatever you feel most inclined to answer. How does the ancient practice of feeding people through fishing tie into land back, and or what is the greatest need that you see to?
So I would say that fishing in the Great Lakes, especially just as I had said earlier with our nets, having some of our nets having been carbon to be over 7,000 years old. It's a means of not just providing food for generations. My grandfather and grandmother were able to have 14 kids and feed all of them through commercial fishing, as well as produce enough money in racist times where people wouldn't hire neighbors for work. We have land when things were very racist, even after having the majority of it stolen through a false signatories. So that just for other families, like what I want to kind of fight for eventually, or maybe there could be some work towards that outside of my own goals. But there's a lot of documentation about other practices of our fishing, like I was saying earlier about the seine nets. That's basically similar to gill nets, is a net that you could tie to a tree on shore, and somebody could go out with their like small G-mon or like a canoe or something, and get fish to either smoke, salt, dry, for long-term food, or to sell, as a means to produce wealth, at a generational scale, so that we have an easier time to get an education. It contributes to so much, as far as, not that wealth is everything, but if the world has to operate the way it is, it's important, for that distribution from things that our ancestors fought and died for, and survived and won. You don't treaty defeated people. You make treaties to people because you gave up, and so it's important, that land access is important, and just for as the means for anybody right now, if you were to get like your spearing license. You know, unfortunately, other than just having a federal card, you know, I can, with my tribe, I have to get an additional license to go spear. And that's in a limited area within Michigan, unfortunately. Michigan and you know, on top of that, all of my family, including myself, have all experienced, you know, racism and general neglect for the law from police officers, even about our rights. You know, we've been harassed, and my cousin up north had to call tribal police because the local officer involved didn't believe he had the right to spear where he was spearing, you know, to feed him and his son and practice our rights. And so our officers had to get involved to the point where they had to threaten the local officer of arresting him because they have federal authority and confiscating the police car. And so his superiors had to, you know, tell him to back away. So the general neglect for the actual law that's supposed to be, you know, operating in the system that we live in really sucks for Native people. You know, on top of more recently, there was a thing in Detroit where, you know, people were practicing their rights with sapping, and an officer blatantly said, you know, something along the lines of that treaty rights stuff isn't valid, which, you know, it's a federal authority. We exist as federal organizations. I operate, you know, under federal authority. You know, I'm governed by people who have, you know, federal authority, who can arrest local officers for harassment, you know. So the general neglect and negligence of the law that exists, that we have to operate under, you know, that really affects our ability to access our people's lands, our ancestors' lands, you know, that we fought for and survived for, and want to feed ourselves with. You know, we don't do it in an unsustainable way. You know, non-native commercial fishermen in the Great Lakes pull millions of pounds of fish every year, and they're allowed to do netting styles that we're not allowed to do, like dredging, which completely pulls every species. It destroys the bottom ecosystem. You know, they're allowed to do stuff that we're not allowed to do, that is harmful. You know, and they pull out more fish. You know, so and that's verifiable. You can go look at state documents and federal documents. You could FOIA, you know, the authority that you could FOIA. I know they have to have what's the natural resources officers here in Michigan? DNR. Yeah, you could FOIA the DNR because I know they have to have a DNR officer there to verify the species that they catch. You know, they pull out more fish than we do and destroy the ecosystem in ways that we won't do and don't do. You know, gill netting is something that my ancestors have obviously done for 3 times older than the length of Christianity has existed. You know, on top of that, you know, Jesus was supposed to be a gill netter. You know, we've been doing that here. You know, so we don't even have access. Like,
even the letter
without
J is only a
harassment.
200-year-old letter.
Yeah. So we get harassed over what we're supposed to have the right to already, you know? So is that really having the right to the land, you know? Is that really is it really access or accessible? You know, we can't even have ceremony on state land, which is supposed to be, you know, in we have the treaty right to practice our ceremonial rights on land that's been ceded and non-ceded land, you know, within state lands also. However, people will get sent to prison for that, you know, because it's federally illegal if you don't get the tribe that you're a part of to write an acknowledgement of you doing that ceremony, you know, on our own land. So is that really access to it either? You know, if they install a council person who has non-traditional a non-traditional agenda, you know, because my tribe has that. We had a council person who thought that our traditional ways was just like, you know, a very colonized mind, you know, and he just had very nasty things to say about our traditional ways, you know. So do we really have access to the lands that we're supposed to have access to then to perform ceremony or hold ceremony, you know? So that to me isn't really access, you know, especially if your tribe has been, you know, intersected or the voting systems. You know, our tribes are our councils all over the nation are known to be corrupted, and murders and all sorts of crazy, terrible things happen around installing puppets in our tribes councils, you know, to change our laws and to manipulate and deny, you know, our rights. So, you know, I feel like we don't really have access, you know, even though I can go get, you know, a signed thing from my tribe to go hold a sweat on state land, which I'm supposed to be able to do through our treaty rights. You know, if one or majority of council people are non-traditional, are victims of the boarding schools, you know, and they don't believe in those ways, and they deny my right, deny that you know, that certification, you know, or whatever, that's not really access. I don't have access to that, to the lands that I'm supposed to access. And with the harassment, just with anyone trying to spearfish, let alone not being able to practice all the ways that are known for us, documented traditionally, historically, and through state, you know, legislature and all sorts of stuff, you know. We don't have true access like we're supposed to. And especially to our traditional ways, you know, while non-traditional fishing people and operations can use environmentally destructive, you know, fishing means, you know. So just being able to feed ourselves just by spearing, you know, fish feed is a lot. You know, I ate fish every day. You know, I operated a fish market for about 4 years, you know, and I felt good. That's my natural diet from the islands. That's the best I've ever felt health-wise. And not having to pay and spend all my food at the grocery store on the island, which is really expensive, where it's mostly elderly, retired, wealthy people who live there, who can afford everything that's there, you know. That's the only way that, you know, Native people could live there, you know, is dealing with our traditional ways, is feeding themselves our traditional ways, you know, not having to be, you know, subjected to economically like restrictive places, you know. Like we should be able to feed ourselves and not have to worry about going to an expensive grocery store in a place that I'm supposed to have traditional access, federal access to on many levels. You know, I can't just go live on the side of a beach and river and, you know, in a sustainable way, you know, in a non-destructive, non-impactful way. You know, I can't go live a traditional life, you know. So I don't really have access. You know, I can't go to my tribe, especially if it's a majority of colonized ideologies, you know, of council people, and get a permit to go live in a traditional way within our own territories that are legally acknowledged to this day, you know. You know, we're supposed to have the right to be on so many feet off the side of any body of water in any river, you know. That's definitely not a thing. We can't do that without getting shot at, without getting harassed by the police, you know, like without having to get the federal authorities involved, you know. We have to be harassed and get a whole nother authority level involved to even have, you know, to feel safe on any level. So that isn't really access. So there needs to be a whole reconstruction of like, or funding of just the Indigenous legal departments, not that that's the best way to go about it, but if it's known that people can't harass us without federal authorities getting involved, more commonly known, then we will have more access. We will have access to our treaty rights and to a means of feeding ourselves and not wasting our wealth that we're trying to build on expensive foods, because it's not everyone knows this, but a lot of grocery stores around reservations or within reservation areas are far more expensive than local areas.
And they're more convenience store types than a full grocery store. And based on that point that you're just raising right now, I do want to mention that I did reach out to the United Nations and UNESCO. There's the Secretary of the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Peoples. These are organizations that are in place, but when you go to phone call and to be in touch with them, it's red tape, nothing but red tape. So I'm hearing, and I have been also feeling that we need a revisit. Why were these treaties put in place for them to just not be honored? It's like lawsuits that have been won and the people haven't received their money when it's a big conglomerate or a corporation that has been sued. So all of these points are valid, and the real condition, the real situation that most people experience. So while we are having this conversation about land back and land access, and we acknowledge that we have been told that there are lands that are available that are being turned away because there's not a management plan. Well, here on this panel are 4 people present who are willing to put feet and information forward in suggestions in stewardship and the options that are already in place that should be utilized further. So the purpose of this panel, in addition to just digging deeper into this conversation, is to pitch that there are people, there are processes in place. And as a panel moderator and member myself, this discussion has brought to mind that as humans, as people, as society, we need to go to the next level of holding accountable those that say that they have put laws in place. Jerry touched on that in one of his discussions in asking those legal questions and taking a deeper look at what can be done next when the ball has been dropped by the governments that be. There is a question coming in from the live stream. What are some of our favorite resources to point people towards to begin to learn more about the issues we discussed today? And do we have any favorite books? Another question posted is, can you recommend any resources for folks to learn more about fishing treaty rights in the Great Lakes?
I'm trying to think of the one. Well, actually, there's a lot of information about commercial fishing in the Great Lakes, because that's actually what brought a lot of European immigrants here. And that's why it is actually economically what brought a lot of the first economic boom of Michigan. So there was a lot of Native American, but very well known and reliable and sought out Native boat builders throughout those times as well. So that's a really important historical thing that isn't always acknowledged. And in fact, most of the largest boat building companies now that build yachts, like Berger, and I'm trying to think of a couple other ones, are which could have been Native companies if there wasn't racism. You know, if they didn't possibly steal, trying to think of the words, idea property. Who knows? Some of the engineers, early engineers of some of these companies could have been Native American boat builders because we knew these waters. You know, the Great Lakes tugs are a specific design that you can't find anywhere else, and they're built to run these waters through the rough seas, where during rough seas here in the Great Lakes, freighters are known to be busted because of the frequency of the waves, versus the ocean where they can ride it out. Our waves hit, a second, every second or so. The Great Lakes history around fishing and our people's means of navigating our waters, that history is, potentially endless. There's obviously over 7,000 years of us running these waters, where freighters from the ocean can be capsized, to today. I've participated in a few conferences around treaty rights that were hosted by non-Indigenous people. However, I would say CORA, the Chippewa-Ottawa Resource Authority, CORA, is the federal authority that licensed me as a commercial fishing captain, and basically any treaty fishing person under a federally recognized tribe. If we want to participate in our treaty rights, we have to get licenses through CORA, and register our vessels and get identification numbers for those vessels through CORA. So that's another level of inability to access our treaty rights easily. If you want to just have a boat, a canoe, a G-mon you built with some nets you made to go get fish, the way our ancestors have gotten fish here for, over 10,000 years. They found stone circles underneath the water from, when this was all valleys, and the islands from where, mountaintops. We don't have true access to our rights to fishing. I have to get all these levels of registration and federal acknowledgement, and permits and licensing, to just practice my rights on any level. So CORA, the Chippewa-Ottawa Resource Authority, is the governing authority that you could contact for all sorts of information, especially if you were going to compare levels of fish that Indigenous people pull compared to state license operations. You could contact CORA, because we have to submit a lot of documentation of all the species that we catch on top of the poundage to CORA. So every month I have to submit like 3 forms every month when I'm operating. So they know how much fish we're pulling out in the species. And so if you were going to FOIA the DNR to see the state-run pull through all of their operations, private and state-run, because those might be 2 levels. It could be a state operation that contracts a private operation and licenses them. But I know just from social media and going to fish producers conferences that the state operations and non-native fishing operations use destructive fishing means as well as pull out millions of pounds and tout that, brag about it every year. So yeah, and Cora could also probably direct you to all the different tribes that operate, as well as maybe some Canadian Indigenous fishing people. I know that in the Great Lakes, there's a lot of other Canadian operations as well. Talking to people in the network of the fish production industry.
Nice. For taking that question. One book that I recently enjoyed was the Hopi Survival Kit. And it is good. It's a great read for anyone, Indigenous or not, because seeing as how we're all here on Earth, we are all in this situation together. And the tensions that have been long-standing, and they take on different features and highlights at different times of history, but we all are aware of the issues that are the underlying sore. So it's definitely time for all of us to take a look at these concerns and to have each other's benefit on our heart, and the equality of the right to live. So I just want to thank everyone for joining us today and for all of your input and your efforts and your care and your stewardship and raising the young ones and taking care of yourselves in all the ways that you do. Thank you for being here with me. And for those who have any further questions, please do feel free to drop them in the chat. This video will be on the myths.org website, so we can continue to touch base, and there will be future conversations in regard to this progress and process. It is something that's prophesied, so I'll just call it like it is. It's going to happen, and may it be a positive and a beautiful process. And I believe that is where we can leave it for today, unless there are any other questions, anything else, any comments, last comments that the panelists have.
Yeah, there's a lot. Again, these conversations are deep and wide, but I just want people to try and remember that when we talk about justice, when we talk about social justice, when we talk about environmental justice, don't fall into the same trap of forgetting about us. Don't forget about our people, which is typically what happens. We get written out of history. That's why I was trying to think of some books based on that question, but a lot of them are very biased. And in thinking about, don't forget that when you're going to be dividing up land again, don't forget whose land it is, right? Don't continue the removal of our people from this place. And so if you want to call something justice, then, we have to be a factor in that equation too. And I don't know if you wanted to sign off on anything. Katie's ready for a nap because we were able to eat while we were talking too. And we still got way more work to do. So sap is starting to flow up here. So miigwech for the panelists that were with us as well. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you. So miigwech, meet you.
Miigwech, abde.
Yeah, miigwech, everyone.
Walama.
Good evening, and welcome to the Friday evening session of the 18th Annual Michigan Family Farms Conference. I am Eunice Foster, a professor in the Department of Plant, Soil, and Microbial Sciences at Michigan State University. I have been a member of the Conference Planning Committee for the past 10 years. This evening, we're hosting a storytelling session and cooking experience with Rosebud Scheider, and a session with Dr. Martin Reinhardt about Indigenous identity and food relations. The conference is sponsored by Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education, Michigan Public Health Institute, Greenstone Farm Credit Service, Michigan State University College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, MSU Center for Regenerative Agriculture, Michigan Farmers Market Association, Michigan Organic Food and Farm Alliance, and Taste the Local Difference. You can learn more about the sponsors and the sponsor and vendor catalog at the bottom of the webpage. This evening at 6:15 p.m., we'll have storytelling and cooking experience by Rosebud Scheider, and I'm looking forward to hearing about that and seeing and experiencing that. At 7 p.m., we will have Indigenous Identity and Food Relations with Martin Reinhardt. Dr. Reinhardt will share his insights from the research he conducted at the Decolonizing Diet Project. Discussion will focus on recentering our identities and how that can positively impact our relations with the world around us, including those with our plant and animal relatives. At 8:15 p.m., you can enjoy the musical performance with Hadassah GreenSky. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the videos while exploring new ideas and experiences. Thank you and enjoy the evening.
My name is Rosebud Scheider. I am Bear Clan, and I'm originally from Detroit, Michigan. I'm Anishinaabe. Apache, Purepecha, and Shawnee. I'm up in Carp Lake, Michigan. I am the market manager at Manoomin Market. I've been here for this is my third winter that I've been up here. We decided to relocate back in 2019. Well, I decided to relocate my family. They joined along. But, I have been working in Detroit within the Detroit Native community for the last 12 years, but really my entire life I've been a part of that community. And one thing that I was taught was to, give back to your community and be a part, an active member. And for me, that looked a lot like I worked at American Indian Health and Family Services as a community health worker, and found my passion with working with families, specifically around breastfeeding education and health education. And my kids were super little. My son was 6 months when I started working there, and we did home visiting with families just like myself. And my kids grew up right along with the kids and the families that we were serving. So we learned a lot while educating other folks, and really, again, like creating, a community based around just support and love for one another. And what came out of all of that was, we just started asking questions about what the community wanted. And one of the things that came out of that was we wanted to know how to grow our food. And we wanted to, and when I say grow our food, I mean our traditional food our cultural food that we didn't have. Growing up in Detroit, we don't have access to a ton of stuff. We don't have access to wild rice, and we don't have access to seeds or even land sometimes. So a lot of us are displaced, and really trying to figure out our place in the world and how we fit in and heal from, generations of trauma. And again, we did an assessment back in 2015. I think it was around then. And folks wanted to know how to, grow our own food and learn these traditional food ways. So we got to work trying to put those things together, and we were able to gain access to traditional seeds, to rematriate seeds that hadn't been grown out for however long. We were able to get kids and families, and even really in an intergenerational type of collaboration with the community in Detroit, and bring us all together around these different things. So that's how I got my start. One of my most favorite things is being able to cook for our community. It's great to be in the kitchen and be by yourself, but really when we come together, especially around these foods, it's because we're coming together to celebrate or to be in ceremony with each other. And that to me is like the most powerful and magical thing that happens. Sacred Roots, actually, it's funny, I've got this apron on. That's the name of the program. It's our food sovereignty project. And that got started in, I want to say 2015. And it's still going on. It's still happening. They do a lot of, cooking classes. They are still continuing to, take care of the garden space they have in that yard. It's a very small area, so you can't do much, but you can grow out, some things. And one of the coolest things that I saw happen after I left, the pandemic happened. But all these folks that we had all been coming together for, different reasons, different classes and different projects that we were all doing together. But once the pandemic hit, all these programs, went away. And the folks that were involved in Sacred Roots, they all went off and had their own gardens and were growing seeds that we had outgrown out together. And, you know, they were like putting into practice like all these things that we had taught them. So that was, and I was like up here so far away from everybody, but it was so great to like see their progress. And I mean, that's the whole point of food sovereignty, is building that capacity for folks to do that work, you know. And one of my most favorite things is being able to create a meal with what I had grown, and not having to go to Meyer, you know. So it's not always feasible. You know, I can't grow flaming hot Cheetos in my yard or ice cream, but you know, that's always something that's always something that I try to like guide myself, especially around creating meals, is what do I have, rather than creating a meal and then going out and getting what I, you know, from the store. But my main focus was our seed rematriation garden. And this past year I grew out, I always really like to start off with the Three Sisters, corn, beans, and squash. Traditionally, that's what we've grown for, you know, centuries and centuries and centuries. From a nutrition standpoint, when you eat corn, beans, and squash together, that's a full protein. So you don't necessarily need meat. So that's something that I like to keep in mind. Like, and again, like when we're planning for, you know, growing season, you're planning for now, for like winter, because that's what you're going to eat, right? So yeah, this year I did corn, beans, and squash, 4 different varieties of beans. I've got a couple here. These are the Chippewa beans and these are Odawa beans. I haven't tried these yet, so these will go in the soup today. What else did I grow? I did grow out a variety from Seed Savers Exchange of a pumpkin. It was just labeled Indian pumpkin, and then it came out. They all ended up looking different, which is very strange. One looked like a watermelon, literally like a watermelon, like that big, and then a couple of it were like just little orange, little weird looking things, gourds. It was strange. But on top of that, I like to add in, I've got perennials out there growing. I have sunchokes growing, and then some wild strawberries out there. But another, you know, instead of, aside of the intentional, like actual seeds that we grow out, I really like to get out on the land and forage and gather. Because there's a lot of wild foods out there that show up for you all throughout the season. So that's, you know, I'm really lucky to be out here because there's tons of stuff out here that that most people don't know that you can eat. But that's one of my most favorite things, is going into a new space and kind of discovering what's edible. You should always know what's edible around you. It's true. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Can you talk a bit about your garden that you were talking about with the seed saving?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you going to talk about that later?
Oh, I can talk about it now. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So, yeah, you know, my growing experience again goes back, you know, to, you know, my Detroit days. And again, like, I'm not an expert. I'm still learning. But what I do know is that, you know, I'm not much different than any other community member that doesn't have a lot of access, doesn't have a lot of like knowledge around like growing practices. So one thing I like to show is like how our ancestors grew traditionally, and that's growing in mounds, right? And that's one of the teachings that I was given. And those are things that I like to carry on and show other folks, especially our young ones, you know, making those mounds together, getting prepping the land. And then coming together as a community with these seeds. And then, you know, every season we've done a planting ceremony where we come out and do, you know, actually be out in the garden and say our prayers and sing some seed songs. And then we all take turns, you know, planting in the mounds together. And, you know, again, like that's not one person's job, it's everybody's job. If we were a village, we would all be out there planting together. And it's, you know, quick work when it's 20 of us dropping a few seeds and, you know, a 2-acre plot of land. But, you know, so we do that. And then, you know, it's like it's a progress. We wait a month, and then we bring everybody back out again and we plant our beans and our squash. And then we get to see like how big the corn has grown. And, you know, I like to teach especially my kids and all the young ones, like to talk to your plants and have good feelings when you're out there. And, you know, because everything has its purpose and we all should be respecting all living things. Because, you know, if we take care of them, they're going to take care of us. Right. So yeah, that's that part. And then, again, I talked a little about perennials, but that's a huge part of what I've been trying to do out there since I've been here is design a place where folks can just go in and hang and find, find their medicinal plants and find perennials and, gather what they're looking for. So in that small little space that we have its own little ecosystem. So when we talk about decolonizing our diet, the actual term comes from Martin Reinhardt, who is powerhouse in the Anishinaabe community, but that was his project. And basically what it comes down to is going back to our pre-colonial diet, what our ancestors ate before contact. And what that means is just what was here, what was indigenous to North America. So again, corn, bean, squash. Every nation has their own variety that they were growing. Wild rice is a huge part of our diet, especially Anishinaabe people. It is part of one of our prophecies. Anishinaabe people were originally on the East Coast, and one of their prophecies told them to keep moving westward until they found food that grew on the water, and that was wild rice. So then they relocated to the Great Lakes area, and we're still here to this day. Tomatoes are North American, indigenous to North America. And we talk about sunchokes. Sunchokes is also, let me rewind a little bit. So we have the 3 sisters, but some nations talk about the 7 sisters. And that's the, corn, beans, and squash, but also sunflowers, sunchokes, strawberries, and tobacco or sweetgrass, depending on where you're from. It's interchangeable. But tomatoes are indigenous to South America and even like Southern North America. One thing that I learned not that long ago was, and which I thought was so cool, and it stayed with me, that there is a Dakota word for seaweed. And so that means, those are landlocked people. They were not by the water at all, but that tells me that they were getting around, trading from nation to nation. And I think that is so cool. That we would, if there hadn't have been contact, there still would have been so much innovation happening, with indigenous people here. So it's interesting to think about like that, think that what would have been and, what we would have figured out. But we had been, we'd been thriving for, eons and eons. So my decision to move up here was a tough decision, that's for sure. I was really looking for a different kind of experience. You know, the Detroit farming community is amazing. It's really hard to farm in Detroit, especially when you don't have your own land. And I'm sure every Detroit farmer can agree with me, the struggles that come along with that, and that come along with caring for our land, right? So, you know, the Indigenous food sovereignty community is quite large, but very close-knit. And through my time with Sacred Roots, we did a lot of traveling and attending other, you know, food sovereignty events and visiting communities. And in 2017, I was attending the Organic Farmers Training Program at MSU. And we just so happened to be up here for another work thing, my coworker and I. And we decided, well, there's a farm, there's a tribal farm up there, we should go visit, because that was one of our favorite things to do, was go visit different farms just to see, you know, what they were doing. So I came here, visited, met with one of the farmers here and a couple of the board members, and I like instantly fell in love with this land. And something happened. And I loved it. And I like had this, I'm like, we could relocate. I could be a farmer. It could be fine. It's fine. We could do that. You know, my family had a different thought about it. Like, are you crazy? What is wrong with you? Why can't you just have a normal like job? But I felt really strongly about, again, this experience and growing food and feeding people. One thing kind of happened, you know, one thing led to the other, lots of conversations between that. You know, it's hard to relocate an entire family. We made the leap in 2019. I had no idea what to expect. I thought, I don't know what I thought. All I knew is that I was ready to just like jump in and like do the most, see what would happen. And I think, you know, the last three seasons have been great. But a huge learning experience for sure. I mean, this is not easy work at all. You know, at the end of the day, I'm like worn out, whether I'm out on the farm or at the store. I mean, it's hard work, but I love what I do. I love my job. I've loved my job the last, 15 years. I love the things that I've been able to do. So I'm really grateful for that, because not very many people can say that they love their job. There's moments where I'm like, okay, this is awful, but but I think that's normal. I hope that's normal. And luckily I do. I'm really familiar with the Little Traverse community here. Being from Michigan, especially in the Native community, we move around a lot. Not move, but we get around a lot. We were a powwow family, so we traveled all through Michigan and surrounding states, going to powwows every weekend, and we have a lot of extended family from up here. So I felt super comfortable moving up here and experiencing a different life. And I mean, it's I wish that half of this wasn't in a pandemic, because I've definitely missed out on a lot of the community stuff that I was really hoping to get. But it's okay. Everything happens for a reason. I mean, it's definitely has its challenges living. I mean, I'm 45 minutes away from a Meyer. So that kind of adjusting, that's always hard, just the convenience of living in the city as opposed to being out in the rural community. But also understanding, we talk about Detroit being a food desert, but then I come up here and I'm in conversations up here about food access, and they call this area food desert. Why is it a food desert? Why don't we have access? why do I have to go shop at a grocery store, but I'm in one of like the richest counties in Michigan, but I have to go and spend all this money at a gas station and there's no fresh food there? What's going on here? So, I mean, that's definitely opened my eyes. And, you know, like living up here in the political climate that we've been in, that's a struggle. That gets a little spicy, especially during election time. That was interesting. So my dad's family is from Wisconsin, from northern Wisconsin. And after my dad and my grandmother passed away, we inherited the land that they had. And on our reservation where our land is, it's also like butts up to our cousins and like other families. So our whole area is all family land. And one of the things that I have been talking with a couple cousins is starting to tap our maple trees that are on our land. So we'd really like to try to develop our own maple business, specifically for like my family there. Cause you know, my dad passed away in 2003. And with that, like I was 21 when he passed away. So, you know, that definitely did some things to me for sure. I kind of like pulled away from a lot of my connection with culture and like my family over there, you know, because of grief and, you know, life getting in the way. And I live 12 hours away from my reservation. So it's, you know, it's just hard. But I've been having a lot of, you know, dreams and thoughts about like doing something to bring that connection back. One of my favorite memories is working with the youth group down there. They're all like, you know, angsty teenagers, and, you know, at the end of the school day, they have to go to be at youth group and, you know, plant in the garden, and they're all, you know, crabby and don't want to participate. But at the end, they're like dancing around in the grass and joking around and having a good time. And I'm like, yeah, it's the soil. Like, it's okay to pull weeds. It's fine. We've always had a garden growing up. Even if it was just like tomatoes and like peppers, we've always had something growing. But the first year, so I was in the maternal infant home visiting program and then transitioned into Sacred Roots. And that first year doing that was the first time that we were like really that I was involved in any of the planting and any of the planning that went into that. So we had like selected all of our seeds and planted corn. And from what I understood, and maybe I'm wrong, but that was the first time that we had grown corn out there, and that it actually like grew, and we had like more than like one tiny cob. And it was amazing. Like we were so excited. And then the next year we grew glass gem corn, and it was beautiful. And we like every cob that we like, you know, opened up was different and beautiful. And like, yeah, that was so powerful to me. I'm like, oh, I can't believe we did that. Like, cause you know, before that it had, you know, it was just like you, like my dad planting everything and us just like, you know, begrudgingly like picking green beans for dinner, you know? But yeah, that was the first time that like I had like done that, and it was corn. I'd never grown corn before, and it like came out good. And we cooked it and ate it, and we didn't die. So it was great. And then, you know, like being able to like have seeds to grow again next year, and like with the intention of like, okay, so if we grow X amount of, you know, beans and corn and squash, then we'll be able to have this much for like our winter solstice, you know, celebration, which is cool. So I think, across the board. I mean, there definitely I've definitely know people that wouldn't even like think about eating wild rice, or wouldn't even like think of like, wanting to grow their own food. But because of what we've done, and we, show them all these, that it's attainable and it's easy, and you're supported by all this, and it tastes good. I think like that's a huge thing. Because I think a lot of folks have a mentality of like, well, that food's not for me, eating like healthy, organic, vegan, but when I make the Three Sisters soup, I'm going to put turkey in it today, but normally it is vegan and gluten-free. And that's one of the things that I really like to show folks, like, yeah, it still tastes good, but it doesn't have like any of like the terrible ingredients that we're used to, and it didn't come from a box. So yeah. I am working on a Three Sisters soup today. And right now what I've started on was processing the corn. So I grew a flint corn this past year. And if you are familiar with like tamales or tortillas or hominy, those are products from flint corn. You can see this here. So this is a flint corn. I could pull this one off. So this is what our finished product looks like after you pull it off the stalk. And this has been dried now for a while. But what happens is, this is a flint corn, so you can't just eat it like a normal, like sweet corn or yellow corn. It's hard. The point of all of this is to get the eye off like that, so the corn looks like that. So that's where the scrubbing motion comes in. Some folks grow like the white corn, and I've noticed that is a little easier to tell when the eyes come off, or when it's ready. But with the colorful corn, it's kind of hard to tell. And sometimes some folks will spend a lot of time like going through and like literally picking each corn's eye off. It has to be processed. So this hull has to come off first before we can eat it. And one of the like funny jokes that Native people have had on, colonialists, when they were here trading, we would trade corn, or they would steal corn. And they would be like, this corn's making me sick. I'm not digesting it. You can't digest this kind of corn. You have to break it down. You have to nixtamalize it. That's like the technical term. And what we do with that is you boil it with, our people do use hardwood ash, because it's the lye in the ash helps break down the hull. So this has been cooking now for a while. It's pretty much ready. I turned the heat off. But this is what it looks like. I don't know if you can see, but what will happen now is I'll dump that pot and I'll rinse it and clean it really good. Because you want to get all the ash off, all of that off before you use it. And then what happens after that, we can either dry it and save it for hominy, or dry it and grind it down to a flour, and that's when you get masa for tortillas and tamales. But today I'm just gonna rinse it and clean it really good and then put it back into the soup. In addition, I will put, this is our Gateo Kosaman squash that I dehydrated earlier in the season. This squash, I'm like emotionally attached to the squash. I don't know if you can ever be emotionally attached to squash, but I am. I've been growing this squash since I was in Detroit. And we were gifted just a really small handful of seeds that hadn't been grown in however long. So I think we had maybe like 10 seeds and we like grew 6. And like, you know, plants came up and it was great. But one of the things that happens with squash is sometimes you get squash vine borer bugs. And that happened to that squash back then. I think this was in like 2017. So I like, you know, had a moment of freak out because I'm like, oh, my squash is going to die. I'm not going to have any squash this season. It's terrible. But I Googled how you can save a plant and it's pretty disgusting, but you have to, you know, find on the vine where they got in and like pull it out. It was pretty gross, but we were able to save some, and we like got a few different, you know, maybe 4 or 5 squash, and one grew like super big. And we carried it around like a baby. So we've been growing that squash ever since. So I'm emotionally attached to the squash sister for sure. And then these 2 beans, this is Odawa bean. So this is specific to this area. And these are gonna go in first because they're gonna cook the longest. So I put onions and garlic, but I also added sage and ramp powder or ramp salt or leek salt. And those are the wild leeks that grow out here. And just a bit of olive oil. I did a lot of cooking when I worked in Detroit, because all of our programming, you had to feed folks. That was the only way that you can get them to come. Yeah, that's really where all of my food experience comes from, is just providing community meals, whether it's for a handful of people or 300-400 people. We used to do solstice celebrations. Winter solstice celebrations every year, and quickly got thrown on that committee, which is what, like, really honestly one of my like favorite things, favorite memories is cooking for like 300-400 people, and then everyone's like, oh my God, this is so good. Or I haven't had this food in so long, or I've never had this before, and I was always afraid to eat this way. I mean, solstice is a time that, you know, we come together to, you know, prepare for the winter and share our resources. You know, it looks a little different now, but it's still very much a part of, like, you know, our normal practice, what we do. And then these are Chippewa beans, and I'm Chippewa. I'm not Odawa. So I felt really strongly to grow a Chippewa bean. And this, I've never tasted these before, but the Odawa beans are really buttery and delicious. So I thought I'd throw those in there too. And then I have a wild rice pudding here too, which is, most folks eat wild rice as a savory dish, but we do a sweet dish with this, and I've kind of been playing with my own little recipe, but I put maple cream in here, and then some folks mix like strawberries and blueberries, but I just have strawberries today. Yeah, so I think, I definitely think, you know, this food sovereignty movement, whether you're an Indigenous person or not, it's super sexy right now. But you know, let's keep it sexy like forever. I don't want it to just be a trend, you know. I think what we've learned, especially in these last three years, I'll say three, is that we have to be self-sufficient. We have to be able to be sustainable, and we have to know how to grow our own food if we're going to survive. And I think that, I mean, I wholeheartedly believe that our growth as Native people is because of the work that continues to happen specifically around these foods. You know, again, we were removed from so much of our livelihood, and we're now in a generation where we're trying to get that back. And my wish for like the next generations, especially my children and their children, I don't want my great-great-grandkids to have to revitalize our foodways. Like, I want them to know everything. And I think that it's, you know, it's up to our youth right now. It's up to these next generations. I'm 40, I'm doing the work, but some of y'all are coming in and, you know, it's not easy work, but it's not meant to be easy. And I think that's one of the struggles that we have, is that we want things easy and we want things quick right now. And farming is just not easy and quick. It's a long process. But if we look at our food system, and again, that's what food sovereignty means, is, you know, understanding your role in this food system and determining how this works for you, rather than the other way around. How do you fit into the food system? You know, how is the food system going to work for me?
Buju, Wabanang Meshe Kiak Kiak Dijinakaz, Bawating Donjaba, Ajajak and Dodam, Anishinaabe Ojibwe and Ao, Kitche Nemebene Zebing and Dading. My name is Martin Reinhardt. I work as a professor of Native American Studies at Northern Michigan University. And my family is from the Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan and Ontario area, a place we call Bawating, or Place of the Rapids. And we are Crane Clan Anishinaabe Ojibwe. We're a mixed ancestry family. I actually have a biological family that's Irish American and adoptive family that's German American. My wife and two daughters and I, we live in a place that's known as Marquette, Michigan. Traditionally, the name is Kitche Nemebene Zebing, or Place of the Great Suckerfish River. I am pleased to be invited to this conference and to share my thoughts with you on Indigenous identity and food relations today. So one of the first things that students in my classes, in Native American Studies classes, that they encounter in my classes is the Thomas Theorem. So this is an American sociologist from back in the 1920s. And W.I. Thomas said at that point in time, if people define situations as real, they are real in their consequences. So that's really important as we think about identity and our relationships with things that we call food. So first thing I'll talk about this evening is 3 ways of identifying Indigenous people. You heard me talk about biological and cultural families. There's a third dimension that we include when we're talking about identity with Indigenous peoples, and that's our legal and political dimension. I like to think of this as a hoop dance. The biological, the cultural, the legal, political, we see our individuals in the center of those rings, and all of these things are going on around them as they dance through life. So the chart you see on this next slide with all the numbers on it, it's actually a chart that comes from the Bureau of Indian Affairs for tribal enrollment. You may have heard in relationship to slavery and African American history, the 1 drop rule, where 1 drop of African blood made you eligible to be a slave. The reverse is true when it comes to American Indian people. We have the reverse 1 drop rule. 1 drop less of Indian blood makes you less of an Indian. You can never be fully Indian again. And of course, there are many implications that come along with that. It's a loss of rights. You become disenfranchised from programs, from your tribal community at times, from your citizenry. So there's a number of things that this policy of extermination has done to Indian communities and families. A biological identity is often thought of in that way, but it really comes down to genetic, phenotypic, and environmental factors. So people often think about Indian people as being born Indian. Or were you born an Indian person? Do you have Indian genes? You get half of your genes from your mother, half of your genes from your father's family. Now, if you have a parent, either your mother or your father, or both, are Indigenous people, then obviously you have genes from your Indigenous family. If you have genes from one and not the other, based on your genetic structure, you may have phenotypically not a pure Indian. So the phenotype is the external expression of our genes. And so you, in fact, could be expressing your Indigenous parents' genes and not your non-Indigenous, or vice versa. And so the things that we historically think of as atypical for may be expressed. There's also the environment, sun tanning, windburn. Those are the kind of things that will impact the way you look. And there's also the epigenetic effect, the things that will impact your genes, like radiation from Hiroshima or Nagasaki or Chernobyl. So there's a number of things that we have to consider on a biological basis. What is culture? It was a second form and probably the most common form of identity we associate with Indigenous peoples. You know, the smudge there that someone is fanning with an eagle fan. Down in the lower left-hand corner, you see this is the Munising Children's Powwow. I'm the one on the right. I'm a traditional male dancer and a veteran. And so it's one of those things that I like to do when my arthritis allows me to do it. According to Merriam-Webster, culture is the integrated pattern of human knowledge, belief, and behavior that depends on the capacity for learning and transmitting knowledge to succeeding generations. Major elements of culture include symbols, language, norms, values, and artifacts. We act on culture and culture acts on us. It's a dialectic relationship. There's that part that you see, and that's often what people see. They see our powwows, they might hear the language, if they're lucky, hear our music, see our videos, our comedies even, like Reservation Dogs on TV. But it's those things that go much deeper, the unseen culture, or what's considered deep culture, that people often don't see. On a legal and political identity level, we often talk about sovereignty, our citizenship, our rights. Our rights, our sovereignty, is inherited from our ancestors as Indigenous people. Our ancestors were here on Mother Earth, Turtle Island, the place that we call our home here on North America. And you heard me talk about what we call our places where we live or grew up. We think of this as Anishinaabe, a king, the Anishinaabe nation, our country, that was here and existed and still exists right to this day. Although we're in a colonial state, we wake up every day as colonized people. And so we coexist with this idea of the United States and Canada and Mexico. These are colonial states that have been stretched across our Indigenous homelands. Our citizenships then therefore extend, of course, from our tribal citizenship first and foremost. That was our original citizenship. Through the process of treaty making and trust relationships, and I say trust in quotations because it isn't always very trustworthy, we became American citizens or Canadian citizens. And because of those processes, through treaties or subsequent legislation, we backed our way into state citizenry. So those states that hold their own sovereignty or provinces, we come to be part of those as well. We also have these new kind of tribes where we had our original tribal sovereignty, the Anishinaabe, Three Fires Confederacy of Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi. We now have this kind of new sovereignty, this new tribe that exists as federally recognized tribes or state recognized tribes. And so that's a little bit different when we're talking about the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians or the Navajo Nation. So it's a little bit different in our approach to our sovereignty and our citizenship. It's also about our rights. We have Aboriginal rights, we have treaty rights, and we have civil rights. Our Aboriginal rights, of course, are those that we retain from our true sovereignty through being tribal citizens, things that we've never given up. Treaty rights, of course, are attained through the treaty making process. And some of those are retained rights that we have put into treaty. We retain the right to this, to do this or that, like hunt, fish, gather, or spiritualize or educate or what have you. And then we have civil rights. And the civil rights may pertain to our civil rights within our tribe, but it also may be our rights within the United States or the states we live in. So we come at Indigenous identity in a few different ways. In this concentric circle model here, you can see that we think of it sometimes on a local or regional Indigenous level. And so, on a local or regional Indigenous level, for me, I exist within the center of Anishinaabe Aking. And so all the people who are citizens of tribes in the local community around me are the same as I am as far as their affiliation. Although we do have people who are not part of the local tribes who live here as well. And then, the idea of states. If we think about Michigan as the state in which I live, we often think about Michigan indigenous populations. We start defining ourselves in that way. I am the president of the Michigan Indian Education Council. And so you have this kind of state thinking about indigeneity. And of course, then you have national indigenous identity, like in the United States or Canada. And oftentimes we define ourselves that way. So you'll see the US Census data on indigenous people in the United States. In North America, we think about North American indigenous versus Central or South American indigenous oftentimes. Western Hemisphere, the Americas, right? We think about American indigenous foods. Some people, when they think of indigenous foods, they think of it as being from the Americas. So from north to south, as far as you can go. And then global indigenous, indigenous people from all around the world. It's, as we think about Aboriginal people in Australia, or Native Hawaiians, or Native people in Africa, or even in Europe, global indigenous people. We also think about it as tribal family groups. So we may have families who exist differently than the larger groups within the tribe. And so like my family, we think of ourselves as a tribal family group, and we have our own customs and traditions within our family. So we may do things differently than other tribal families. Then you have tribal community groups. And so within the communities, you have different traditions, like over in Sault Ste. Marie, there may be things that in that community that they do differently than Ojibwe groups that are still part of the same tribe here in Marquette or down in the Escanaba area in the UP. And then you have the tribal cultural group. So on this map that you see on this slide, those red dots reflect Anishinaabe, the language of the Anishinaabe. Those are Anishinaabe speaking communities. And so those dots really represent a tribal cultural group spread if you measure it by language presence. And then you have also intertribal cultural groups, sometimes different tribes that are different cultures coming together to form whatever kind of intertribal relationship that they determine should be created. Although sometimes this is also created by other entities. For instance, the United States government put different tribal cultural groups together on reservations, like the Mandan, Hadassah, and Arikara Nation, MHA Nation. And, why did they do that? Because it was convenient for the US government to do that. So sometimes you have different tribal cultural groups being put together to form intertribal groups, not of their own will. So there's a lot of things that we've been called, this pan-ethnic terminology: American Indian, Native American, Indigenous, Aboriginal, Tribal, First Nations. They're, the things that they have in common is what we've been called by others. And what we call ourselves is our traditional names. So when I identified as Anishinaabe Ojibwe, that's what we call ourselves. And there's a difference, right? So if we were to, for instance, talk about Europeans, that's a pan-ethnic term, whereas French people may say we are French, and Irish people may say we are Irish. And so there is this pan-ethnic terminology that's been used to talk about us as a group, as a homogenous group. I like to think of the things that we call Indian people as being rather ambiguous, including our own identities, our own traditional identities, because sometimes there is, sometimes we may say, I am Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians. Sometimes I may say I'm Anishinaabe Ojibwe. And really, what's the difference between those two is one is a traditional cultural name, one is a more contemporary Americanized or anglicized version of our names. And when ambiguity crops up in identity, it's really can be impactful on people understanding who we are in relationship to ourselves and others. By the way, I am heading to Las Vegas tomorrow for my nephew's wedding, so it's also very funny, the image on the slide, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So I was talking about how Anishinaabe could mean Ojibwe, Odawa, or Potawatomi, and you can see that even within the framework of our traditional terminology, we also have different spellings. We had, when we go from an oral tradition to a written tradition, we see different spellings. Ojibwe, W-A-Y, Ojibwe, W-E, Ojibwa, W-A, Chippewa, which is the anglicized version of Ojibwe. And then you have Odawa, Odawe, Ottawa, Potawatomi with an M-I and a P at the beginning, Bodwewatami, Potawatomi with a Y at the end. So there's a number of ways that our names have been spelled or misspelled over the years, coming from an oral tradition to a written tradition. And then you also see the contemporary versions of the federally recognized tribes, which even make it more confusing for folks trying to figure out who we are. Excuse me. A little bit dusty in here working on our concrete walls here today. Minobimades. This means essentially the good life when translated into English. This is our birthright. The good life is our birthright. This medicine wheel is how we symbolize the good life, and it's also a very basic teaching tool for our Anishinaabe traditions. I tell my students, imagine this as like a contact lens in front of your eyes or in front of your mind's eye, right? So you see life through this. It represents life cycles. You look at it in the eastern direction or the yellow direction, we call Wabanung. And then you go to the south, the red direction, in a clockwise way, Jawanung. That represents, so in the east, that represents the babies, and in the south, the adolescents. You then go to the west, that represents the middle agers, the Ingagviaganung. That is also what we call the leadership generation. You go to the north, and that's the Kiwedanung. And that's our elders. That completes that cycle, that generation. And then we go back into that subsequent generation. So not only does it represent life cycles, it also represents spiraling through time and how we hand things down from generation to generation. This is our cultural transmission we spoke of earlier. It's also a way that we understand our spirit selves in relationship to other spirit beings. This circle represents us, and in the center of the circle is the perfect place of balance and harmony in nature. That's where we see ourselves in the most healthiest way, is that center of the circle. It's important that we try to maintain our balance and to be in that place. Although we realize that oftentimes we never really truly get to exist there for long. We always end up getting imbalanced and trying to get back to the center. And when we pass through it, it feels so good. We know that that's where we want to be. That's our optimal selves. Along with that, we're also given our 7 grandfather teachings. The 7 grandfathers include Nibwakwin, or wisdom, Zagidwin, love, Minadendamowin, respect, Akadaewin, bravery, Gwekadzewin, honesty, Debadendazwin, humility, and all of those things together help us find Debwewin, the truth. We know that if we don't use all of those together, that we will end up dealing with their opposites. Instead of love, we'll find hate. Instead of respect, disrespect. We'll get a big head and let our egos take over if we don't follow our path to humility. So we know as humans that in the origins of the universe, that there are much older beings in the universe, all the way back to what we think of as Kichimanadu, the great spirit or greatest spirit. So if you think about that medicine wheel, and you think of that medicine wheel as the great spirit, it's the everything, that circle that surrounds everything, both the known and the unknown. And so that's how we see that. The older, wiser beings originate from that original being. And from that original being comes original thought and all subsequent life. And so we see ourselves as the youngest of those beings, all those older and wiser beings that come before us. So it really makes us humble when you think of ourselves in relationship to the rest of what we think of as creation. Plants are called the first warriors. They were the ones who gave their lives up so that we could live. And so we think of them as, again, among those older, wiser beings, and on those who we depend for our lives. Besides the medicine wheel and the 7 grandfathers, we are also taught about our dodom, responsibilities. We structure our relations around our responsibilities as members of our dodoms, or what people commonly call clans in English. These clans or dodoms are set up in a way that we always have checks and balances in our governance structure as Anishinaabe. You'll see that each of the dodom figures are aligned in a triad if you look at the points of the star, the 7-pointed star there. So, for instance, the Loon clan and the Fish clan are aligned with the Crane clan. So every time you have this triad, it creates checks and balances in the system. The United States, the way they set up their government, oftentimes people are told that they modeled their government, their idea of governance structure anyway, after the Haudenosaunee, the Iroquois Confederacy. And that is true. And like the Haudenosaunee, we had a similar structure of leadership for the Anishinaabe. Our 3 leadership clans are those ones I mentioned, the Crane, Loon, and Fish clan, often called Turtle clan. And so the United States adopted something similar to our 3 leadership clans. For our leadership, we have the Loon clan, which really deals with internal governance of our communities. Crane clan deal with external governance, so like ambassadors dealing with external relations. And Fish clan are the peacekeepers. If there was a conflict to arise between Crane and Loon, it is the Fish clan that would help us resolve those conflicts. We're taught that our first treaty was with the animal nations. I'm just going to read this to you, even though you can read it on the screen if you're able to see that. Burroughs explains that Jawengige is another derivation of Jawanim. It means to hunt. We hear the word used in hunting and harvesting songs. When we sing Jawanim Ejitjige, it means you will be pitied or have mercy placed upon you in your actions and what you're doing. Jawanim Ejitjige. The idea behind this word is that when we acknowledge our relationships with the world and our responsibilities to each other, then we'll all be blessed or find love and compassion. We'll be nourished, sustained, and taken care of. The idea of Jawengige is said to be part of an old treaty the Anishinaabe made with the animals. As long as we love them, they will provide for us and teach us about love and how to live well in the world. We also have treaties that we made between tribal nations. So the Anishinaabe people made treaties with other indigenous people before we made treaties with foreign nations. What you see in this image on the screen is from the Wampum Treaty of Peace with the Haudenosaunee, between Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe from 1701. This is called the dish with one spoon. And so it showed that we are all essentially locked into a relationship that we are mutually dependent on with the plants and animals and Mother Earth. And so that we know that we have similar responsibilities. We have a similar treaty with the Dakota or Lakota, Nakota from 1695. According to Ellen Ojig Corbier, wampum is a mnemonic device that's based in our oral practices, and this is something that had to be recited and renewed annually. So we would get together between Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee and the Dakota people on an annual basis to renew essentially our commitment to this treaty, to make sure that we had the best, the highest thought in mind when we were talking about how we interacted in the world and how that we were mutually dependent on those in order to survive and thrive in where we lived. This is one of my favorite images. It's from an 1849 petition based on the Treaty of La Pointe, 1842. And in this image, well, this image is based in birch bark. It was a birch bark scroll taken by Anishinaabe leaders to Washington, D.C. to petition the President of the United States about the terms of the treaty. And so in this birch bark scroll, you can see that there are lines that connect the different clan or totem beings. There are lines that connect the totems, their eyes or their brains, as well as their hearts. And so that's one of the things that we're taught, is to not just think with your brain, but to think with your heart, which is the center, our jit chug, where our spirit selves reside, where we dwell within. So we also recognize that we can't just intellectualize everything. We have to feel and think with our spirit being. The line also runs to Mother Earth and her non or more than human inhabitants. And so that is really important to recognize that that line also exists. And you'll also see that there's a line that goes off the page. And this line that goes off the page from the crane is the one that connects to the President of the United States. That is that clan responsibility to speak to the externals on behalf of our people. And so it really shows a lot of that understanding about our relationships with the world, with each other, with the plants and animals, and with external governments in this image. It's a really beautiful image. So I did some studies of treaties with the United States. because those treaty relationships have certainly been impactful on our ability to interact with plants and animals and other human beings regarding food. There are 295 treaties that were signed between tribes and the United States, including 734 articles within those treaties that are food related. There are primarily three categories where those rights fall into place. 88 of those provisions are the rights to hunt, fish, and or gather. 204 provisions for goods, provisions, and subsistence. 186 for support for farming and milling. And then there's a combination or outliers that there's another 105 that may be somewhat related to food or a combination of these other ones. For the Anishinaabe, we have 52 treaties out of those 295 that have 107 articles in them, 25 provisions for rights to hunt, fish, and gather, 53 for goods, provisions, and subsistence, 60 for support or farming and milling, and 24 for other. So, how do we define indigenous foods? Well, we propose that we can define them in at least two important ways. One is in relationship to themselves. Indigenous foods or food beings are related to each other and have their traditional homelands. They've evolved through long-term adaptations to their surroundings. We also define them in relationship to indigenous peoples. We may have deep historical and shared spiritual connections to the foods through ancestral food experience. They are our cultural relatives, as I've pointed out in this presentation, and part of indigenous peoples' traditional identities. We did a study called the Decolonizing Diet Project. Back in 2010, we began planning it, and we implemented it in 2012. So we defined our indigenous food base in a three-part manner. One was a cultural way that we defined it. We used Helen Hornbeck Tanner's Atlas of Great Lakes Indian History and used the principal theater from the atlas to define the area. The epicenter of the DDP was located in Kitchenamebene-Zebing, or Marquette, Michigan, shown by the red dot there. And it's interesting, too, that that's almost central to what we think of as Anishinaabe, a king. On an ecological level, we use the Great Lakes Water Basin, which is defined by all of the waterways that feed into the Great Lakes. We also use the height of the land and tributaries coming down from the height of the land. Finally, we expanded it a little bit further using a vernacular definition. We just literally asked people if they thought of themselves as living within the Great Lakes region. If you look at the image too, the map image, if you look at it from left to right, it kind of looks like a bear's head, which is kind of cool. You know, when we first drew it out, we didn't really notice it. And then someone said, hey, that kind of looks like a bear. So it's kind of cool because the bear is so important for Anishinaabe people. It represents medicine and health and protection. So we further defined our indigenous foods by a criteria based on colonization. And so in the Great Lakes region, we never really encountered non-indigenous people until around 1600. That's where we drew our arbitrary line then, is at 1600. And we defined everything that was previous to 1600 as what we would think of as native pre-colonials, or foods that were not introduced by humans deliberately or accidentally into the Great Lakes region, that they existed prior to European colonization of the region. We had introduced pre-colonials. These were foods that were introduced by indigenous people, by humans, deliberately or accidentally into the Great Lakes region and existed prior to European colonization. We also have derivations of both of the native pre-colonials and the introduced pre-colonials. And those are foods that, of course, have been derived from those original species. The foods that we deemed ineligible included the introduced colonials. These were foods that were introduced by humans deliberately or accidentally into the Great Lakes region after, or during, I should say, European colonization. Anything that has derived from those things that were introduced, during colonization are also ineligible. And then finally, anything that is genetically modified, including those things that were genetically modified from the introduced or native pre-colonials or their derivations. We developed a master food list, which we do maintain, and sometimes we will change based on the arguments that are presented to us about what should and should not be included in this food list. We did decide purposefully not to include things that are more medicinals, less edibles. And so, of course, that line is somewhat blurry sometimes because oftentimes they are both. Food is medicine, we know that. But we also did not want people to get hurt by running out and starting to eat some of these things without much education about them, because we know some of these things can be pretty harmful if utilized in the wrong way. Finally, this evening, I wanted to focus the last slide here on the idea of recentering our identity and our relations. The image on the far left represents what we would think of as the colors, the concentric circle colors of our medicine wheel. And we existed in a circular thought fashion. Our whole lives revolved around the circularity of living in our relationship with the rest of the universe. The middle image shows the colors of the United States in a triangle, and shows this hierarchical model, this colonial model that foregrounds our indigeneity. And so we've been existing within this colonial state of oppression for over 500 years now. And we are trying to decolonize. We are trying to revitalize our indigenous cultures, which seems rather radical to many people. For us, it's not radical, it's our lives. It's who we are, it's our basic identity and lifestyles. It's our who we identify as, even as we are existing in this colonial state. Finally, the image on the far right represents what may be the future, or the distant future. I don't know. We'll see what happens. And it's more of an amalgamation of those hierarchical image and the pre-colonial image. We've incorporated the colors of the United States, or I've incorporated the colors of the United States into 4 directions within the circle, because I do believe that there are good things that we have experienced, even though we've experienced them through colonization, the lens of colonization, we've still experienced some good things. I say that I would not want to live in a world that is devoid of Pink Floyd. I like Pink Floyd. I also like other things that have come to us from other cultures. You know, we don't exist in a vacuum as Indigenous people. We exist with others. And we have an idea, if we were given the opportunity, if we had been given the opportunity to encounter and engage with other cultural ideas, I'm sure we would have, our ancestors would have adopted some of these things into an Anishinaabe lifestyle. So I don't think we have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think we can recircularize our lifestyles. We can decolonize. We can revitalize. And I think when we do, we may find that we have integrated some of these things that we've encountered over the last 500 years that may not have started out as Anishinaabe, but we certainly would think of them as something the Anishinaabe people would want today. So I think that is my vision for what may be off into the future for our descendants, our subsequent generations. And I think it could be a beautiful image as it's shown here. Say miigwech, thank you. And if anyone has any questions, I'm certainly willing to try to provide you an answer, time permitting, and see what I have in my head to share with you.
Thank you. That was great. One of the questions we have is, what is one of your favorite stories or cultural teachings?
Yeah, so I really like, we have this character that represents the human nature in our Anishinaabe oral tradition. And that character is known as Nanabuju, also called Wainabuju, or, different names throughout the thousands of years that these stories have been told and retold. One of my favorite teachings is the idea that when Nanabuju went out and learned the names of the plants and the animals, that was a part of Nanabuju's job. And so that story gets told and retold differently by whoever tells it. And I am doing a terrible job of sharing it with you right now. But I'm also not necessarily in storytelling mode right now, so I'm kind of giving you the highlights, the Cliff Notes version of that story. But it's an important story nonetheless. And it represents, of course, that first encounter between what we would consider the human element and those plants and animals, and how we learned how to call them from them. Like, Carl Linnaeus went out and named the plants and animals, right? And so that was rather egocentric, here's what you're going to be, here's what you're going to be. And, it really doesn't have a whole lot to do with what the plants and animals were telling Carl, like they told Nanabuju. I think it'd be very interesting to have a story, a contemporary story, where Nanabuju and Carl Linnaeus talk to each other about, their way they approach the naming or, the learning the names of these plants and animals.
That's great. Yeah, that would be quite the event. Thank you for that imagery in my head too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful. What are some of the items that you ultimately removed from your master list of decolonized foods as a result of discussions or arguments that may or may not be ongoing?
Yeah, so, we haven't removed many, actually. We're open to removing them, but we were careful not to include some things on there that we said, okay, well, that could have been used as a spice, right? So, for instance, like bloodroot. Bloodroot's more of a medicine. And so I don't know that I would include it as a spice, even though it certainly does have a taste to it. All medicines do. But would we really want to include that as something that people are going to engage in that could hurt them, right? Especially, what if they go out and not only hurt them, but hurt the plants and animals, right? So we don't want everybody going out into the areas where these things grow and digging them all up. Those are special. And, we can feed ourselves without having to go decimate a bog or go decimate a wetlands, trying to find these rare and unusual tastes. Our palates are just fine without having to eat everything. So it's not just for our protection, but it's also for the protection of these plants and animals.
Thanks. If you're just joining us on the live stream on the website, if you have any questions for Dr. Martin Reinhardt, feel free to pop them in the comments box below this video. Take a couple more minutes, and then I just wanted to reiterate my gratitude for you joining us tonight. The knowledge that you've shared. I learned a lot.
Is Jen froze up, or is it just me? Okay, Jen, you were appearing frozen on my screen there for a minute. I wasn't sure if it was your connection or mine.
I'm not sure. It just started raining here, so it could be mine.
Oh, okay.
I'm not seeing any other comments come in from the chat. Did you have any final statements or anything you wanted to say
Well,
before we send you on your way for the night?
I appreciate the invitation. Like I said at the beginning of my presentation, I really appreciate being invited. And I know I've been invited to present at this conference a number of times in the past, and it's just never worked out. So I'm so glad that it finally worked out. And it took COVID and Zoom to get me to finally be able to do this. Maybe one day when we're all back on site, and doing things together again soon, I hope, then we'll be able to do some more work on indigenous foods. And, I just really look forward to those times. We do have an announcement. If anyone is interested in coming to the Build and Broaden Indigenous Agriculture and Food Sovereignty Symposium that Northern Michigan University is partnered with the Keweenaw Bay Indian Community, the Intertribal Agricultural Council, Michigan State University Extension, Ferris State University, and Michigan Tech, among others. We have a number of co-sponsors. We will be on May 20th up at the Keweenaw Bay Indian Community for a day, and then at Northern Michigan University in Marquette on the 21st and 22nd. So be looking for that. Go to food-sovereignty.com to register and find out more information.
Beautiful. Thank you. We'll make sure to post that and show that resource. And again, Miigwech for joining us. Bamapi.
Bama.
Hi, my name's Hadassah GreenSky. I live in Detroit, Michigan. I am a citizen of Little Traverse Bay Band, and I'm an artist and musician. I'm a jazz musician, a graphic designer, and I'm also the marketing manager and co-founder of Vibes with the Tribes. So thank you for being here today for this virtual performance, and I hope you enjoy. Oh, and this is my guitarist, Matt LaRusso, and I hope you enjoy. So yeah, let's do our first song. Softly as in a morning sunrise, the light of day is sharing into a newborn day. Flaming with all the glow of sunrise, a burning kiss is sealing for the passions that thrill love, lift you high to heaven, are the passions that kill love and lead you down to hell. Sing old stories softly as in an evening sunset, that light that gave you glory will take it all away. One more time. Softly as in a morning sunrise, the light of day comes stealing into a newborn day. Flaming with all the glow of sunrise, a burning kiss is sealing the vow of the all betrayed. For the passions that thrill love, lift you high to heaven, are the passions that kill love and send you down to H-E double hockey sticks. Softly as in an evening sunset, the light that gave you glory will take it all away, take it away. Softly, as in a morning sunrise, the light of love comes stealing into a newborn day. Flaming with all the glow of sunrise, a burning kiss is sealing the vow of all that betray. For the passions that thrill love lift you high to heaven, all the passions that kill love and lead them down to hell. Softly, as in an evening sunrise, the light of day gave you glory, we'll take it all away. Awesome. Let's do the next one. So that was Softly as in a Morning Sunrise. And that song's really pretty. I really love that too. And it was actually something I did in college once as an arrangement. And I just really like the content of the lyrics itself, that idea of that moment in the sunrise. And that's even something that we embrace as you know, from my culture, is that morning sunrise is a special time that was just set aside for humans. So the next song we're gonna do is a song called I Didn't Know What Time It Was. So it's the 3 feel in the beginning. Mm-hmm. I didn't know what time it was, then I met you. Oh, what a lovely time it was, how sublime it was too. I did not know what year it was, then I met you. Warm like the month of May it was, and I knew it was grand, grand to be alive, to be young, to be mad, to be yours alone. Grand to see your face, feel your touch, hear your voice, say that you're all my own. I didn't of May it was, and I'll say it was grand, grand to be alive, to be young, to be mad, to be yours alone. Grand to see your face, feel your touch, hear your voice, say that I'm all your own. I didn't know what year it was, life was no prize. I wanted love and there it was shining out of your eyes. I'm wise and I know what time it is now. That one was I didn't know what time it was, and the next one we have is a song that I actually heard growing up a lot. My mother was a huge fan of Billie Holiday, so I heard Billie Holiday, all while I was growing up. And this one is one of her most famous ones, called "God Bless the Child." So the Bible said, and it still is news. Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his own. Strong and more while the weak ones fade. Empty promises don't ever make the grade. Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child. Relations give crust of bread and such. You can help yourself, just don't take too much. Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his own. of bread and such. You can help yourself, just don't take too much. Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own. Oh, that's got his own. Awesome. Let's do the next one. So the next one is, it's actually a song in Brazilian Portuguese. And it's one of my most favorite and sometimes kind of obscure, not well-known song by the famous Jobim. so señor, ain't nada, ain't nada, ain't nada. Next one is a song that doesn't usually have lyrics. They're written by one of my friends from the University of Michigan to write for me so that I could be able to sing this song. The song is called Beatrice. Yeah, let's get to it. This is the start of a dream worth dreaming. This is the start of my first love worth dreaming. I waited for a sign, but all I could find was this melody for you. I'll keep on listening for your sweet, warm voice amidst the silence that surrounds my pain. So look no more for me. That's all that I could ever find. This is the start of a dream worth dreaming. This is a song of my first love worth keeping. I waited for a sign, but all I could find was this melody for two. All I could find was this melody for two. All I could find was this melody for you. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Again, my name is Hadassah GreenSky, and this is Matt LaRusso. Check out all the other panels, the performances, and appreciate you so much for taking a listen to us. Me, go ahead.